It is 5 p.m. and I call to order. Hello. It's 5 p.m. and I call to order the February 24th, 2026 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session?
Madam Chair, I move we enter executive session to review employment recommendations and updates, to discuss contractual matters related to professional services, both realtor and banking, and to review 2025-2026 homeschool applications.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. We will now enter executive session. conclude executive session?
Madam Chair, I move to conclude executive session and return to general session.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. I call to order the February 24th, 2026 board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, place, and time of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. I now yield the floor to Mr. Anderson.
Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest nation?
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with
Please be seated. I yield the floor back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion for certified staff recommendations for 2025-2026?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 2 certified staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Rice, how are we looking with employment so far?
We are excited. We had a great employment fair. We want to thank everyone who came out and supported us, both those attendees and those who worked, all of our principals. We had about 426 people registered for the fair and lots of walk-ins. But it is not too late. If you did not come, we would love to still have you. So we have 25, 26 we are still hiring for, and 26, 27 that we would love to have lots of great people. So please join us. Join our family.
Thank you so much. I know several of us board members were able to attend that job fair, and White Knoll High School was pretty full that day. So, all right. Well, we have a motion to approve 2 certified staff recommendations for the 25-26 school year. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding administrative staff for the 25-26 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve 2 administrative staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor? Any opposed?
627.
Yep, sorry. Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my motion. I'd like to move that we approve 2 new administrative recommendations for the 2026-2027 school year.
I thank you very much. 26-27 school year. Second for Mr. Rice. All those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. Now moving to continue with 26-27. Do I hear a motion for certified staff recommendations?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that we approve 27 certified staff recommendations for the 2026-2027 school year.
Perfect. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion related to professional services for a realtor?
So, Madam Chair, I move that the board authorize the administration to contract directly with Southern Vision Realty, Inc. for 3 years pursuant to the board's approved procurement exemption, other professional services obtained on a fee basis.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion, board?
I do have a question about that.
Yes, sir.
So we're doing an exemption there. Our current realtor that we have now, have we done any business with them under the existing 3-year contract?
No, sir. Since the previous contract was signed in the past 3 years, there's been no transactions. So it'll be a continuation of that contract.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rice and Dr. Price. Any other questions? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion related to professional services for banking?
Madam Chair, I move that the board authorize the administration to contract directly with First Community Bank for 7 years pursuant to the board's approved procurement exemption 6F, other professional services obtained on a fee basis.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion?
Just a quick question on that. We're using a 7-year term. Is that something we picked randomly, or what's the method to the 7 years?
I will defer from Ms. Miller if she wants to add anything, but our current contract was a 7-year contract, and this would be a renewal of that same contract.
Thank you, Dr. Price. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We have no other items stemming from executive session, so we will now move on to our favorite part of the night, and that's our honors and achievements. During this portion of our meeting, we celebrate excellence at its highest level. State champions, national award winners, and first place finishers. These students, staff, and schools represent the very best of Lexington One. Please be sure to grab a copy of Proof Positive newsletter on your way out. It highlights each honoree and the accomplishments we're recognizing tonight. When we conclude the honors and awards section of our program, we will allow you to quietly leave at the end, so just stay till the end of honors and achievements. When your name is called, please come stand at the front with Dr. Price as we share your achievement with our community. All right. In November, during American Education Week, we honored many of our employees who reached significant service milestones, 10, 20, and 30 years of service to Lexington One. Tonight, we have the opportunity to recognize one more individual who is celebrating 30 years of service. Ellen Serlo from Gilbert Middle, please join us. Ellen, for more than 30 years, you have chosen Lexington One. Your dedication to students, your consistency, and your heart for this community have shaped generations. You have guided students to learn, grow, and excel year after year. Thank you so much. Our next award honors outstanding teachers in our schools who have earned their national board certification for the first time. Educators, please come forward as I call your name. Mary Carpenter Parrish from Central Services. Tessa Cox from the College Center. Lauren Garner. Oh, are we going to do one at a time? Okay.
Hey.
Congratulations, Ms. Cox. Next, Lauren Garner from Lexington Technology Center.
What are we doing?
Her mama was my art teacher. Next, we have, congratulations.
Yes. Clap.
Next, we have Hope Hartley from Deerfield Elementary. Next, we have Catherine Higginbotham from River Bluff High.
Hi.
A former math colleague from Lexington High. Tyler Hook from Lexington High. Congratulations, Tyler. Shannon Medlin from Lake Murray Elementary. Congratulations, Shannon. Brittany Poole from White Knoll High. Congratulations, Brittany. Amanda Stabler from Lakeside Middle. All right, Amanda. Brittany Summers from New Providence Elementary. me. Shelly Taylor from White Knoll High. Dawn Safiro from Beechwood Middle. Congratulations, Dawn. And Adrian Zweimiller from River Bluff High. According to the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, this certification process is created by teachers, uses national board standards, allows peers to review applications, and considers multiple factors of effective instruction. Congratulations to you all on this great accomplishment. Our next recognition is a very special honor for one of our school counselors. Would Mackenzie Hall, school counselor at Gilbert Elementary, please come forward? She has some adorable children on the front row with her tonight. Mackenzie has been named School Counselor of the Year by the Palmetto State School Counselor Association. This prestigious award recognizes a school counselor who exemplifies excellence in the profession through leadership, advocacy, and a deep commitment to student success. Mackenzie's work makes a lasting impact on students, families, and colleagues alike at Gilbert Elementary. Congratulations, Mackenzie. For our next award, can Joanna Seabree from River Bluff High please join us? Joanna has been named the South Carolina Association of School Nurses LPN of the Year. This well-deserved honor reflects her unwavering dedication, compassion, and commitment to the health and well-being of students. Through her kindness, professionalism, and resilience, Joanna makes a meaningful difference in the lives of so many each and every day. Congratulations, Joanna, on this outstanding achievement. All right, next we honor one of our schools who was recently named a Special Olympics National Unified Champion School. Let's welcome representatives from Pillion High School to the front. PE teacher Lauren Albino, teaching assistants Amanda Estridge and Kat Mahares, and students Jacob Cavol and Iris Odom, and Principal Sean Bishton. A Special Olympics Unified Champion School has an inclusive school climate and exudes a sense of collaboration, engagement, and respect for all members of the student body and staff. Pillion High has worked hard to create an environment where everyone feels welcomed, valued, and included in both school and in their local community. To be named a National Unified Champion School, this school must meet 10 national standards of excellence. Congratulations. Congratulations. Tonight, we are proud to recognize White Knoll Middle School for being named a 2026 South Carolina School to Watch, a prestigious designation awarded by the National Forum to accelerate middle grade reform. Representing the school tonight is Principal Don Hardy and staff members Lauren Blakely, Corinne Hash, and Dr. Christine Leggett, Bria Martin, and Dr. Kendra Williams. White Knoll Middle. Oh, and Michelle, sorry. White Knoll Middle School is one of only 5 schools statewide newly selected for the 2026 Schools to Watch cohort. This honor highlights the school's commitment to academic excellence, student-centered learning, and providing high-quality opportunities for every student. Schools earning the Schools to Watch designation must meet 37 rigorous criteria established by the National Forum. Schools to watch are recognized for a 3-year period and serve as demonstration sites for best practices in middle grades education. Congratulations on this incredible achievement. For our final award of the evening, would Chief Academic Officer Dr. Mary Gaskins, Executive Director of Middle Schools Dr. Natalie Osborne Smith, Executive Director of Elementary Schools Nicole Mitchell, and University of South Carolina Representatives Katie Cunningham, Juanita Hagood, and Susie Hardy please come forward? Tonight, the board celebrates a prestigious national honor, the Exemplary School University Partnership Award from the National Association for School University Partnerships. This award recognizes the deep collaboration between Lexington I and the University of South Carolina's Educational Leadership Program. While many partnerships focus on teacher preparation, this initiative is unique because it focuses specifically on building a leadership pipeline. A centerpiece of this work is the customized Masters of Education cohort. The district collaborated with USC to redesign the curriculum specifically for Lexington I's needs. This allowed 22 of the district's own educators to pursue their master's degrees and principal certifications together through a rigorous year-long residency within our schools. This award validates the district's commitment to innovation and professional growth. Congratulations, team. Lastly, we'd like to recognize the principals and assistant principals who are in attendance with us tonight. Would you please stand? Thank you all for taking time tonight to help us recognize our amazing staff and schools. We have some very talented individuals in our district, and we love sharing their achievements with you. We will take a quick break so our honorees and their guests can leave if they would like to do so at this time. We have no citizens participation tonight, so we're going to move on to item 9.0. And Ms. Roof, I'm going to turn it over to you for our communications audit report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, Dr. Price. Raf Tellis was hired through a competitive procurement process. Down and I don't have hair on my face. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. Oh, okay. All right. Let me try that again. Love that this is streamed live. Thank you. Okay. Always something when I have to talk, isn't it? Food, drink, my hair, all those things. Yes. So tonight we are getting a presentation from Raf Tellis, who was hired through a competitive procurement process in 2025 to conduct a thorough communications audit and develop a strategic communications framework to serve as a guide for current and future communications efforts. And despite my communicating at a board meeting, which always seems to be a little not so great, I hope that we get some good results. Raf Tellis was established in 1993, and they provide management consultant expertise to help local governments. One of their areas of expertise is communications, thanks in part to consultants and communication experts like Nick Zoller and Gretchen Rosenkrantz, who were the team leaders who led our communications audit. Nick is here tonight to present the results of the audit, but before I turn him over to him, I also have the district's communications team with me, and I'd like to introduce them. Shelley Kochkroft, Lori Held, Lindsay Mitchell, Megan Moore, Rob Starkey, who cannot stand up in here because he is in the operation room, control room back there, Tanika West, and we also have intern Cora Powers, who is from USC, and she's in class tonight. But on behalf of this team, we thank the board for allocating the funding for the audit that provides the foundation for developing a strong strategic framework for our district's communication work. So now we will turn it over to Dick. Thank you, team.
And thank you, board members and Dr. Price. Appreciate you having me here this evening, and we're glad to present.
Nick, is your mic on?
I believe it is. It might
be.
Can you hear me better now? Maybe.
I just want to make sure it's catching on the live stream.
Is that better? No? Yes? Can you hear this?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay. Great. I'm a former city communications director, so I'm used to things like this, so don't worry. Happens all the time in public meetings, especially when they're live. So we were very excited to partner with Lexington One, and I'm really thrilled to be here this evening to share with all of you the report that was developed to be the next guiding framework for the district's communications. And to start out, I'd like to thank everyone on the dais for participating heavily in this process and lending your thoughts and insight. So I want to start out just briefly talking about what makes communication strategic. And it's a variety of things, but at its core, starts with research, making sure that valid information is informing the communications decisions that you're making, prioritizing your audiences by topic and understanding what's relevant to them and what's going to land well and resonate with them. Having a consistent message platform that guides all of your messaging no matter what the topic is. Sharing a vision and approach to communications across an organization. Letting metrics drive all the decisions. So going back to those KPIs and understanding why you're making the communications decisions you're making. Having well-defined roles for your communications staff. Having a key framework for decision making. And not duplicating efforts to make sure that there's efficiency throughout the operation. What that looks like from a benefit standpoint is a variety of things. So it's going to positively impact the success of your organization. You're going to be able to creatively solve problems, manage complex issues with more ease, add more value to your organization, and ultimately be able to influence people to understand what the needs and drives of the organization are. So we were engaged by Lexington One to complete a comprehensive communications audit. And what that looks like is really understanding not just whether or not your materials are branded well and look nice, but understanding the motivations of your audiences, the effects of your communication, and being able to benchmark those against other similar organizations and national best practices to bring forward a communications framework that will work for Lexington One. What our schedule looked like was a kickoff in October. We did the majority of our qualitative assessment and also our quantitative assessment in November. We began analyzing all of that data in December and drafting the initial report. That came in draft form to the district in January and was finalized at the beginning of this month. And later this week, we'll be delivering a strategic communications framework for Libby and her team to utilize to ultimately build a strategic communications plan. Throughout our research process, we engaged over 1,600 people across the Lexington One service area. And there were a variety of different ways we engaged folks. We completed an environmental scan and stakeholder mapping to understand the various different stakeholder groups within the district service area. We completed in-depth interviews that included with all members of the Board of Trustees, the superintendent, communication staff members. We also completed a series of focus groups. Those were with the district level administrators, school-based administrators, and community leaders who met right here in this boardroom. We also completed a series of surveys. Those were segmented between employees to understand motivations on internal communications and for families to understand what's resonating with your core stakeholder group. And then from there, we moved into our more direct branding experience and assessment for your materials audit to determine how relevant things are that are being pushed out, how reliant on the brand they are, how consistent they are, and then moved into our final stage, which was benchmark research, where we spoke with 3 other school districts of similar size, one in North Carolina, one in South Carolina, and one in Tennessee, and we'll give you some highlights a little bit later in this presentation. So I want to start out with the in-depth interviews. I know that each board member's received the full report, but for this evening, I just want to give a few of the strengths and challenges that were expressed from each stakeholder group. So from the communications staff, they shared that some of the strengths that they feel are that the team is united, that there are adequate resources for them to do their jobs, that Parent Square and Smart Sheets are very effective tools that they're able to utilize to be able to do those jobs. Now, when challenges came up, they shared some concerns about workflow and collaboration, timelines being sometimes not realistic from partners within the organization, and branding inconsistencies sometimes being present. The board members shared some similar strengths. That all board members, for the most part, shared that Parent Square was viewed as a strong tool if utilized correctly, and that they felt that there were high-quality communications materials being created by the district's communications office. But some challenges that were shared were how to deal with misinformation, how to deal with information overload, particularly when it comes to Parent Square, and how to deal with uninformed or underinformed segments of the community, oftentimes being folks who are not individuals with school-age children, and so not directly engaging with a school. How are they becoming aware of the district's programs? And then when I met with the superintendent, Dr. Price shared that he felt the district's reputation was strong, that Parent Square was a good tool, and that high-quality content, in line with what the school board shared, was consistent across the board. There's always high-quality content going out from the office, was his feeling. Now, on the challenges front, he felt that balancing information load was important and needed to be dealt with, and that internal communication consistency could be better. The focus groups we met with, starting with district-level administrators, shared some different perspectives than what we got out of the in-depth interviews. To start with, the district administrators shared that they were impressed with the crisis management capabilities of the communications department. They were impressed with the collaboration that was present among the team, high quality production that was created out of the office, and the ability to celebrate the district's successes. On the challenges front, there was more consistency here from the in-depth interviews. They were worried about information overload for some audiences, worried about keeping up with the needs of communication, and worried about the usefulness of the current intranet. For school administrators, again, we heard about the importance of Parent Square, but we also heard about their ability and the district's communications office's ability to be authentic with those that they're serving. They felt that department leadership at the communications department was good and gives them the support that they need. On the challenges front, there was a concern about flow of information internally, a concern about balancing school representation and building school identities, and a concern about improving understanding among audiences. Community leaders brought forward a feeling that the reputation of the district is very strong, that transparency is good, and that there's trust among community members of the district's communications channels. But challenges that were shared were again that we're not sure in the community if folks are being reached that are not parents. There's concerns that misinformation runs rampant at times, and there were concerns that the explanation of how the district operates doesn't always get to everyone in the community. I'm going to move into our quantitative data now. So the family survey showed that 83% of those who participated in the survey felt that the district's communications were very or somewhat effective. And to be clear, the survey went to 30,115 recipients, and we received 580 responses, which gives a 95% confidence interval with a plus or minus 4.03 margin of error. So the top channels that are preferred by this
Can you repeat
group.
that second number?
Yep, it's a
I know it's in the other
4.03 margin of
I'm
error.
sorry, the number of respondents.
Oh yes, 580. So the top preferred channel from this group for communication was Parent Square, with email a close second, and trailing behind that was text messaging communications. The greatest interest in topics here was grading, important dates, and curriculum matters. For the employee survey, the survey went out to 4,976 recipients. 977 responses were received, and this comes with a 2.77 margin of error at a 95% confidence interval. 86% of district employees feel that district communications are very or somewhat effective. The top preferred channel by 98% of respondents said that they prefer being contacted by email, but 68% of respondents also indicated Parent Square, and 59% talked about HR happenings. 70% of respondents also felt that they wanted to see the employee update e-newsletter used more often. Okay, and on the materials audit, I touched on this before, but what we were looking for was the look and feel. We utilized the district's brand guide to compare to that. We looked at how the website presents. Is it a unified look? We looked at the tone and the voice of district communications, and we looked at accessibility. Was everything created at a reading level that was at the recommendation for accessibility, which is 8th grade reading level, or were things above that reading level? And we also looked at best practices for graphics on social media for accessibility for folks who might have a disability and need certain types of graphic presentation to be able to effectively engage with the content. Our benchmarking research, I talked about a little bit in the beginning, but I just want to highlight some of these numbers here. The districts that we benchmarked against were Richland District 2 in South Carolina, Cabarrus County Schools in North Carolina, and Williamson County School District in Tennessee. The reason these were selected was because they are of similar size and they're in surrounding areas or states, to try to give you a well-rounded view of similar communities and how they're operating from a communication standpoint. I'm not going to go through every single number here, but I want to just highlight that for Cabarrus County Schools, we found that their expectations of their internal and central communications office are lower than what the expectations for the communications department for Lexington 1 are. The workload is not as high, and that's reflected by the number of staff members that they have. I would say that in our conversations with Richland District 2 and Williamson County, the work seemed very similar to the work that's going on in Lexington 1. And to be clear, we were not asked to evaluate specific to staffing needs, but I'm just sharing that information with all of you, understanding that there's high expectation on your communications office, and with that sometimes comes resource needs, and that may at some point have to be a conversation. Okay. So moving into our top line observations, these are not items that are recommendations from us. Those will come next. But these are the things that really rose to the surface throughout this process. The number one being that growth is real, it's here, and it's both an opportunity and a risk for the district. It's an opportunity because there's the potential to increase the district's enrollment, potential to increase tax base, but there's also the risk of the understanding of what the district stands for not being there and not being as high as it is now. Folks who we spoke to and surveyed understand the value of this district and understand its reputation, but that's always a risk as you have new folks come into a community. You'll want to make sure that they're effectively engaged so that that reputation continues to be what is known throughout your community. The next observation that we had was the variable use and effectiveness of different communications platforms. Some communications platforms are used very effectively. Some might be getting overused. For instance, Parent Square is a high-performing platform for the district, but a lot of information that we saw and the qualitative research we did showed that there might be some fatigue from the volume of information that's coming out. We noted that there was lower engagement when it came to social media and the website, and that there's a need for a more consistent design and more consistent readability for stakeholders. And on enhanced collaboration between the board and administrative leadership, what we really noted here in our report is that there's more of an opportunity to build an effective solution that strengthens intentional conversations and communication between the two parties, between district level leadership and the board, to then be able to take out a unified message into the community. And one opportunity that we'll highlight in the recommendations is potentially a board onboarding process that's a little more formalized. Okay, so for our recommendations, we highlighted the need to update and expand the district's brand guidelines and improve consistency of school branding. So making sure that school branding and district branding are consistent across the board on materials and that everything is optimized for accessibility. We also noted that there needs to be a more enhanced effectiveness of Parent Square, and that's really to focus on the need to reduce notification fatigue, to help educate folks on how to edit their digest settings so that they're not receiving as many notifications, to create a policy for the frequency of use, to create a tiered system of alerts versus posts, and really make sure that everyone's on the same page on the effective use of Parent Square so that folks don't end up abandoning the platform through fatigue. We also noted that there needs to be better engagement of the broader community beyond students and parents, and that was something that really rose to the forefront in a lot of conversations, and that's going to be an important piece to building trust throughout the community and to building understanding as the community continues to grow. Some items that were highlighted as potentials included a quarterly newsletter, potentially having a dedicated page on your website focused on more broad news and information that's not so geared toward parents, and to engage effectively with key organizations to make sure that your partners are out there telling your story as well. The next two parts really will stem off of the strategic framework that we're going to deliver to the district. The first is developing and implementing a district-wide strategic communications plan. And that's to make sure that all communications are strategic, measurable, and unified across the district, including pulling in school-based communications. And the final recommendation we have is to develop a targeted communications and engagement plan that specifically addresses the topic of growth with parent and non-parent audiences alike. And with that, I'll take any questions that the board or superintendent may have.
Thank you so much, Nick. Board, do you have any questions for him at this time?
I wanted just to touch on a couple things. The information overload, fatigue you mentioned. I do think that there is just overload. I mean, I'm a parent too, so I see all the things that are coming out, and I personally just don't hardly get on Parent Square because it stresses me out. I know it's probably terrible to say out loud, but it's true. And I also feel like there's missing link. You mentioned about, reaching the community and talking, them about, future projects, or just because if we don't tell the story, then the story will be told, and that's where misinformation kind of starts to happen. So is there a plan for kind of remedying, fixing both of those?
Yeah, so those are recommendations that did come out of the study, as you noted. Both of those would ultimately be addressed within recommendations 4 and 5. Recommendation 4 deals with the district-wide communications plan, which would ultimately inform and address how and why and when you utilize different platforms. And recommendation 5 deals with that growth topic and reaching outside folks.
So with the audit, is there, I guess, at the end of this, does your company come in and kind of help our communications department implement some of these things, or is it just you give us what we need to work on, and then I don't really know how that works with you guys.
They will, like he mentioned, the framework that they provide. So in addition to this audit, we will get tools to develop a strategic communications plan. And in that plan, we will develop specific strategies to accomplish these recommendations. And with that, it will include measures that we can use to determine if we're on the right track. The timeline, stop working. The timeline, still not, it's still working. The timeline is, will be developed as we develop the plan for accomplishing the different recommendations. We would like to have the plan developed by the end of this year. I believe that's right, Dr. Price. Is that what's on the strategic plan? Developing a strategic plan for communications and community partnerships is part of the district's strategic plan. So that is our goal, is to have the strategic plan for that developed by the end of this year and start implementing. We've already started implementing some things. You mentioned the employee update. Employees wanted to see that more regularly. We are doing that every Thursday now. So the team and I went through the communications audit, the draft version, and pulled out several things that we could go ahead and start implementing. The readability scores, we are trying to run that through. So there are some things we are trying to implement at the same time that we're trying to build the plan, but trying not to get too far ahead of it, because we want to be able to put in the right structures so that whatever we do implement, will be implemented with Fidelity. And before I came and worked with Dr. Postaway, I didn't know that there was a term for it, which is called the flywheel. I just knew that there was this feeling that when you started implementing things with Fidelity and consistency, you got that feeling of things were really firing on all cylinders, as my dad used to like to say. So that's what I wanted to put in those structures, and you need that strategic plan. So I want to make sure that we have that in place so that when we make these changes or when we roll out new efforts to get our story out broader in the community, that we do things so that it can be done consistently and effectively all the time. And it's not just a little bit here and a little bit there. Don't have a firm, can't say by June we should be doing this, but it's definitely coming, and we should start seeing a lot of things by the beginning of next school year.
Okay, great. And one other question, Libby, were you surprised? I was kind of surprised by the amount of people, like, I guess, teachers maybe, that responded to the survey.
The response rates being
Yeah.
low.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is that just typical? Or?
I think it's typical. It was, that window of between Thanksgiving break and winter break, that's when it fell.
Okay.
It is not, I don't think it's probably, I didn't run the total percentage, but I don't think it's out of the norm of what you usually see for a response rate.
No, this is a pretty normal, strong response rate.
Okay.
And as long as you're able to be at good levels, you're going to have a good confidence interval, which tells you that the data is sound.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a brief question, not looking for a lot of detail, but after we implement this new framework, how are we measuring success? What's the recommendation for that?
Right, so there will be KPIs that are ultimately used to measure against all of your different targets that are developed in your strategic communications plan, and we're going to recommend some measures that can be utilized as the district builds that plan.
One thing I'll just mention along those lines, we already right now get some measurements from Parent Square, and well, I know people either love it or hate it, and I was looking at some of the survey results, and you get one open response. It's like, I love Parent Square. It's the best thing that's ever happened. All my students' information, 3 students is one platform, and then the next comment is, can't stand it. We are surpassing all the benchmarks in Parent Square when it comes to number of parents who have actually registered their account, level of engagement, and so we'll provide some of those reports. We can actually already have that. We get a quarterly success meeting with Parent Square. So we do have some improvements to make on just improving the way that it is used, I think, but we're already seeing, compared to the KPIs from other districts, we're already seeing high levels of use. So I think we're on the right track with Parent Square. I think we just have some fine tuning to do and just need to help people dig into the platform a little bit more and realize all the ways you can personalize it and tweak it and use it effectively.
Yep, let me get to that section so I can give you exactly what we gave you. 1 second. Okay, so what we talked about is the fact that board members are a key asset to the district, both as champions of the district's brand and also as advocates for the community, and that conversations with board members revealed that a program for onboarding new members is limited currently and could be an opportunity that some members noted would have helped them to be more effective participants and advocates from day one. and that developing an onboarding process would ultimately be a collaborative effort between the board and district leadership to develop an effective solution that helps strengthen collaboration and provide intentional communication opportunities between the two parties, and that this engagement could ultimately enhance involvement of board members and potential district messaging as well. That was one of our overarching observations that we will encourage in the materials that we share with the district to certainly incorporate that into the district-wide strategic communications plan as well.
And if I may, as I reflected back on that, I thought back on just 2 years ago, but the onboarding that we did, there is, I thought back on it, and there's so much that we concentrate on with the board, with operationally, and y'all have to immediately hit the ground with approving HR recommendations, and shortly after that, budget, and so you get a lot about the operation side of the district, and kind of I let communications take a back step, but this helped me realize that you all are, and you get contacted so much by so many people that you are, oftentimes the first people that some of our community members, especially non-parents, talk to. And so having a part of the onboarding that includes some advocacy, just some basic information on how we communicate in the district, how we promote the district, even just our branding guide, sharing that is certainly something that we should do. So I do want that to be part of the strategic plan, because we have to do that every 2 years. And so not saying I'm hopefully not going anywhere anytime soon, but you do want that to be part of the consistent process. So I think so. I think it should be developed as something that it becomes repetitive and certainly is improved upon, but there should be some part of that process, not too much, but some that gives you all just some tips and best practices on how y'all can be strong advocates for the district.
So I have a question about on your recommendations, your first bullet point, update and expand district brand guidelines and improve consistency of school branding. So without digging too deep in the weeds, obviously we have some very different communities around. When I see improved consistency of school branding, is that kind of trying to drive us in a direction of trying to highlight things that are common to every school, or is that shining more of a spotlight on the uniqueness that we have at each individual school and branding that?
More so the latter. So it's focused on making sure that consistency is not only at the district level, it's also in the schools, and that schools are utilizing a lot of communications materials. They should be consistent in their branding as well. That there should be a standard of excellence and consistency across all communications within the district.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gaskins to introduce our next part of the meeting.
Thank you. So as you know, this year our academic features have focused on our first goal in our strategic plan around academic excellence and acceleration of student learning and our state mandated programs. And we are thrilled tonight to have Mr. Myers here to share about our career and technical education programs in Lexington 1.
Mr. Myers, you also have a guest with you tonight, right?
Yes, I have multiple guests with me tonight. All of my assistant directors are here. Ms. Sandy Vining, Ms. Carla Stegall, and Mr. Ryan Panter.
And we also have the CEO of the Chamber, Angele Laborde,
Yes.
here to give some community support for
And
you
I appreciate
too, right?
Ms. Angele's support. She's a great partner with us. I was trying to figure out how to raise this up a little higher. Well, February is CTE month, so thank you for allowing me to present tonight. And in celebration of CTE month, this is exciting. So just to start, good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Price. I'm Bryce Myers, Director of Career and Technical Education in Lexington 1, And tonight I will present a comprehensive vision of what CTE and Lexington One should be, detailing 4 actionable strategies that should guide our system's implementation and growth. I got to use the clicker. First of all, we believe career and technical education is for all students, and that students are best prepared for their careers when they combine rigorous academic content with challenging hands-on career and technical education, learning, and skill work. That's foundational to our beliefs. Second, or next, character readiness is the essential foundation of college and career readiness. Employers emphasize strong character and employability skills. In CTE, we strive to implement the graduate profile to prepare our students for future careers. College-ready students obtain strong core academics skills. These skills serve as a framework for future learning to maximize success. Then, career readiness builds on those core academic skills and is a distinguishing factor in the student experience. It gives students a competitive edge by enhancing their resume with specific skill sets and certifications. Next, it is imperative that we align our instruction and programming with business and industry needs. In Lexington County and the Midlands, our top industries are healthcare, manufacturing, hospitality, automotive, transportation, and utilities, with the support from business administration and computer sciences. In South Carolina, you see some of those same trends with a little more diversity. They include, again, healthcare and advanced manufacturing, agribusiness, automotive and aerospace, logistics and distribution, and real estate and finance. In Lexington One, we have a good problem. Many of our classes in the top box are full and have substantial overflow. Several have a waiting list and rubrics for acceptance. In the lower box, we are growing and approaching capacity in multiple of our areas, our programs, including newer programs on the left side and established programs on the right side. Our programs and courses are dependent on 3 major factors: time and travel, space and place, and personnel. At the moment, these factors are at max capacity. Currently, we have 36 programs in our district at 5 high schools and at Lexington Technology Center. We've worked to grow dual enrollment, and currently we have 5 programs, pathways of dual enrollment, and all 8 middle schools also have CTE programs. This slide shows that every school has increased in CTE enrollment on their campus over the last 10 years. According to this year's school report card, we had an increase of CTE participation of over 500 students from last year. We had a growth rate over this time of 61.6% across the district and a year-by-year growth rate of 7.75%. Oh, wrong way. This chart shows LTC has grown by approximately 80 students over the last 10 years, and our current population is 2,106 students, and we continue to grow each year. Now, in this portion of the presentation, I'm asking you to envision what our future graduates will need and ask yourself, what if we enhance the perception of CTE? Streamline K-to-career opportunities, invest in career and technical education, and create a flexible and adaptive CTE system. In order to enhance the perception of CTE, we need to do 5 things. First, key stakeholders, other educators, community partners, parents, students, and not just those in CTE, must publicly advocate for CTE's importance in the learning process. Next, while college is a viable next step, the end goal should be the career, and college is a step to get to that career. This is not in any way a means of reduction in rigor, but it requires an intentional planning and preparation. Thirdly, the workforce is changing rapidly, requiring high-tech and high-skill employees, which often leads to high wage. Students need access to technology and equipment to go with a marketable skill. Students benefit when they apply academic concepts in CTE classes and coursework. CTE is the learning lab for core content. Finally, in CTE, as stated before, we're working hard to grow our honors and dual enrollment opportunities. What if we streamline K-to-career opportunities? I want you to take a moment and think about our partnership with Michelin and the Michelin Scholars Model. Students are learning coding and STEM concepts in elementary and middle schools. When they enter high school, there's a mechatronics pathway, which they complete while working part-time at Michelin. Upon graduation, students work at Michelin and attend Midland's Technical College in the mechatronics and EET programs. Upon graduation from Midland's Tech, they're guaranteed a starting salary of $75,000 plus with the potential incentives to continue their education. We're also trying to build more similar models. Recently, we started the Lexington One Med Start program in partnership with Lexington Health and are looking for more companies to connect and commit to these comprehensive partnerships where everyone benefits, especially our students. In order to streamline K-to-career opportunities, we need to focus on 5 key areas. K-8 instruction. Instead of adding more, we must connect to existing activities like purposeful play, which we saw recently at a local elementary school, in our preschool and kindergarten programs. Career specialists are vital at these levels for career awareness and exploration through push-in lessons, managing events like job shadowing and service learning. Our middle school exploratory courses must also align with high school courses. Our business and industry partners are crucial. We're preparing students to meet their needs. We also need their expertise, input, and connections to make learning real and relevant. Midland's Tech, USC, and other post-secondary partners are key partners in this process. Work-based learning is vital. We encourage all students to schedule a work-based learning experience. On-the-job training builds relational capacity and often leads directly to a job. And finally, increased access. Increased access requires overcoming participation barriers like scheduling, transportation, course waitings, and finding solutions for our students. What if we invest in CT to meet business and industry needs? High-quality education requires investing in CT programs that align with post-secondary pathways and industry needs. This alignment is required by law in CTE. In order to provide high-quality instruction, our instructors need access to high-quality professional learning from industry and peer-to-peer opportunities in specialized areas, as well as regular instructional professional learning. Finally, we must personalize student experiences to best prepare them for future goals. What if we create a system that is flexible and adaptive and can change with industry needs? On a national level, we have a new career cluster framework. There are now 14 clusters as opposed to the previous 16, including 3 cross-cutting clusters. The cross-cutting cluster jobs are in every industry. With adjustments at the national level, now is the time to make modifications to enhance CTE at the state and the local levels. What does a flexible and adaptive CTE system look like? Our CTE system needs to be able to move and to shift as business and industry moves and shifts. Our CTE facilities need to be flexible and easily adjustable if there's a need. I'm thinking about electrical wiring, the voltage for equipment, safety measures, structural supports, the ease of flow between similar content areas for collaborative planning and purposes, instead of isolation and silos, the ease of flow between classroom space and lab space and making sure there are connections there. We need our industry partners to be involved in that process, to identify trends, implement technologies and equipment, and be active in those conversations. And we also need to use the cross-cutting clusters for our advantage to enhance student learning. Finally, if we were to add new programs, our top choices would be, and these are all linked back to slide 4 as top industries, HVAC, We've had multiple recommendations from Train, the HASAC company, and other small business owners who are asking for this program. Obviously, with Scout coming to the Midlands, the electrical vehicle technologies and engineering. This also aligns with 2-year and 4-year degrees at Midlands Tech and Clemson's automotive engineering programs. There's supply chain and logistics. The ability to get your product to market is an absolute necessity for business and industry. And Do It Best, FedEx, UPS, Amazon, U.S. Foods, and other local distributors all are here right in the Lexington area. There's data management, informatics, artificial intelligence. It's more than just AI. How do we manage that data and that information? The ability to control it, protect it, manage it are all an essential function for business and industry. And finally, the hospitality services and event management. This is a top industry in South Carolina. USC has the hospitality and tourism major, and our state is dependent on tourism. In conclusion, we're super excited about the future of career and technical education. The possibilities and connections we can make are endless. With the help of the people in this room, we can take student learning to the next level. Career and technical education is not for a specific subset of students. It is for every student in our system. Personally, my team and I want to see every student have a career and be a productive member of society. With changes at the national and state levels, now is the time to enhance CTE opportunities for our students. Character readiness, college readiness, and career readiness are not mutually exclusive. They are all necessary, ensuring our students are hyper-competitive in a global workforce, and all are needed in preparing the Lexington One graduate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Board members, do you have questions or comments of him? Mr. Bazzuti?
Yes. So this presentation is one that I've been looking forward to hearing. I'm going to speak as myself, but I'm pretty much probably can speak for all of us that CTC is something that I'm very supportive of. I'm glad to see in the audience we have the Chamber of Commerce here looking at it, because we know it takes us all to get the CTEs where we're going. We know that the workforce is not growing. We would love to see kids coming out of school, prepared to work. I love the catered career ideas. I think that is something we really need to grow on, starting young. I think the partnerships with our community businesses, I know people in the Michelin program, and that is such a great program that we've put together. I look forward to, seeing the CTE program grow in Lexington One. Looking at your slide 3, you got career ready, college ready, and character ready. And we'll probably touch on this a little bit later. A lot of us, we've done research on the CTE, and I know we're going to talk about the School Board Association meeting, I think, later in the meeting. But seeing that character thing on your slide reminds me of a quote we saw this weekend when we were talking about education. And it's a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, and it says, "We must remember that intelligence is not enough. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education." And I appreciate you putting into that, because we can see that with our CTE program, Lexington One is truly trying to get the goal of true education. So thank you.
Sir, thank you. Appreciate your support.
I would just like to say first that if we don't make some changes and we do nothing, then we risk sending a really terrible, wrong message to our community. And I also believe that we will be left in the dust, because as we learned this weekend at conference, there are a lot of districts that are picking up this and running with it and doing some really amazing things. Much smaller districts than we are getting it right. And so we have always been prided in that we lead the way in Lexington One, and we need to, I think, really put major focus on this. And I know since I've been on the board, I've been very vocal about my support for LTC. Of course, I have a child there now, so I have extra feels about it. And she is absolutely so happy there. So I won't go into my hopes and dreams of what the next 5 years could look like, but I will just, I guess, ask a couple questions. The trip that you guys took to kind of look at another facility in Texas was, I think, last year, or maybe it was the year, was it 2 years? Can you just speak on what ideas that you took away from that trip, and if you could dream big, what you would love to see here in Lexington 1?
That's a big question.
It was a really
I have
amazing
big
facility.
dreams.
Remember,
Mr.
she said
Fantern's
dream
tapping
big.
his watch.
Well, so since I became director, I've been going to different places to learn best practices. So that one trip was not a one-off thing. I've been to Virginia. During COVID, I interviewed Charleston County and Anderson County, some extended into Georgia a little bit, and some North Carolina counties. We've been to Ohio recently as well. I think it's important to learn best practices so we can constantly improve. Part of my big belief is continuous improvement. The opportunity to go to Texas, they have a great facility there. I don't want to do everything like they had. They focus a lot on the community and the community partnerships and the community building the community. So people had a place to find community in that facility. I think we need to focus more on the career and technical education side of things. They did have a lot of dual enrollment opportunities and good connections with that. They had extended day opportunities and connections with adult ed and Midlands like the Midlands technical side of things, in addition to high school programs. I think there are opportunities. The State Department of South Carolina recently connected adult education and CTE together. So there's some opportunities with that connection that we could do in Lexington 1. So you're asking me the dream. Like I said in my slide earlier, I'm pretty much out of space at Lexington Technology Center. I've looked around the district and gone to other schools. I don't know where to add an HVAC program. But that recommendation wouldn't come from me.
Of course.
That's later down the line, I guess, for you guys. But hopes and dreams, I hope there will be an expansion at some point where we could expand career and technical education so that we can meet our students here up front. They're supporting me as well. And their dreams and opportunities and aspirations from that point.
Well, thank you for sharing those thoughts. And just real quick, I'll just say to the community, anyone that might be watching, it is definitely something that will need major support from everybody. And I think we'll have it. I think the conversation needs to be started.
I really appreciate Angel here as well. The OC did have support from their Department of Economic Development and their chambers, and I think we have that definitely here in Lexington 1. So I definitely appreciate that partnership in our business community.
Thank you.
I just want to echo as well. I've been to LTC for multiple different reasons. Recently, they opened house. Y'all do a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
And out of space is probably an understatement. So you have my support in career and technology. I think that even one of the things that at the conference that we heard a lot about is even if a student isn't fully wanting to become an HVAC technician, there's so much that they can learn through CTE by getting their hands dirty, for lack of a better way to explain it, that does build that character and that future graduate profile of the students that we're looking for in Lexington 1. So thank you all for all that you do. I know it's hard work, and we're here to support you.
I will say, if you look at Clemson's majors and Carolina's majors, approximately 70% right in there of their majors are CTE oriented, whether that's business, finance, marketing, healthcare, all the engineering, you name it, they're aligned with what we talk about all the time. At the University of Tennessee, there's a doctorate in metallurgy. So if you're starting in welding, you can go for welding engineering and go for your doctorate in metallurgy if that's what you want to pursue. So you're not limited by taking career and technical education courses. It doesn't mean you're going to work. It means you're pairing a skill with the knowledge that you already have, and you're applying that skill.
Madam Chair.
Anyone? Yes.
Mr. Myers, so a question for you. You kind of showed some statistics in terms of how much the program has grown over the years. I guess the question I have is, obviously there's some of your in-demand programs that they're full and you can't get additional students in there. Do you all keep up any kind of a benchmark in terms of how many students you potentially have to turn away each year? And is that number increasing? I mean, I know I'm asking you on the spot, but, you know, is that a measure that you all keep up with to understand what demand of students that we're not potentially meeting those needs?
Yes, somewhat. A lot of that fluctuates. For instance, in our electrical program, we went through a transition to teachers, so the demand dropped. But once we got an established teacher in there, the demand went up rapidly. So right now we have for 36 spots, because they recommend that 18 per because of safety precautions. I think we had around 90 requests for those 36 spots. We had 120 for people request cosmetology last year, but I think about 85, 86 people actually filled out the form to participate in cosmetology. Welding's overloaded, especially the level 2, because we have 80 students going into 40 spots. That's a high demand. We really need people to take the machine tech side of things, because one is additive manufacturing versus subtractive manufacturing. Both are going to the same types of industry. So there's lots of growth, and we could check that. But it depends on a couple of factors, like I mentioned in my other slide: time and space and place and travel. Do the counselors understand what the classes are offering that they're trying to inform students about? All that plays into our classes and their success and who's enrolling in those classes.
Okay. I mean, I was curious because it sounds like there's some programs where, I know I went to the open house and talked with a lot of your teachers, and some of them were saying, man, if we could get more in, we'd love to get them in. And then I know you were starting some new programs, I guess with your cybersecurity, which are new, and you'd like to get more in there. So I was just
we
curious.
tried to. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Finish.
Go ahead.
We've tried to have cybersecurity for a while. Unfortunately, the people in cybersecurity make a lot of money, so we've transitioned through multiple teachers over that time. So we haven't gained traction in keeping the program. So this is the first year we've had cybersecurity and advanced cybersecurity. Finally, to have a teacher that's we transitioned, but the teacher laid a groundwork, and now the new teacher came in and is continuing that. So now we have cyber and advanced cyber, networking, advanced networking. They can get their Securities Plus and Network Plus certifications, which is basically your same thing that you're doing the first couple of years at USC.
Thank you. I appreciate what you all are doing. And like I said, I think you all are doing the heavy lifting, and I think you're doing the heavy lifting in the right spots, especially for our community.
Yes, sir.
Because nowadays, all students aren't necessarily going straight from high school to college. And now I think there's more of a demand for people to learn trades and kind of get back to those basics of doing those things. So I think that's great.
Just using the example of cybersecurity, like we have the biggest cybersecurity base across our border in Georgia for the military. It protects all our nation's secrets. You can go get a cybersecurity degree at Carolina. You can go get a certification at Midlands Tech or a 2-year degree at Midlands Tech. I mean, you have lots of options. And if you get our certification at LTC, you can go straight to work. So any of those pathways you can choose. So you have lots of options.
Just keep up the good work.
Thank you.
As we wrap up, I do have one kind of question of you all. I wanted to clarify, you said earlier at max capacity, and that you've even gone around the district and looked for space for things. So, like, the big glaring question to me is, so in this interim, if we don't have what kind of creative ways can we come up with in the time of whether we add on or build a new building or whatnot? What can we do to meet the needs of our students right now? Is it a portable? I don't know, but is it having more? You were talking about honors and dual enrollment. Is it sitting down and talking with our partners at Midlands Tech? Hey, what else can you offer? How can we get our students into this? Because we need to meet these needs yesterday, not in 2 years.
Yes. So a lot depends on what type of classroom and what the program is, because the program will have to fit the space.
Right, you talked about flexible and adaptive space and things
right.
like that.
We're putting up new vents in some of our programs so they can weld in automotive programs and things like that. Some of the walls at LTC are 4-inch cinder block instead of the big 8-inch cinder block. So they're not as supportive to hold up that type of equipment. So there's things like that with the older buildings that we face. But if you're adding a cybersecurity lab, that will be a lot easier to install in a home high school.
Right,
if we were to
that's what I
grow
was
in that way, because there's not as much equipment needed and heavy
Or
equipment
hospitality and services.
Hospitality
I can
would be
imagine
a
that being a
business,
gen ed class.
like a business and marketing, which we already have at the home high schools. Typically, if we outgrow LTC and the numbers are such that a home high school it's a new program, a home high school has the numbers to sustain a program there, we'll shift it out from LTC to the home high school. But they're running out of space too. So.
All right, well, thank you so much.
One
Yes,
more quick
Mr.
question.
Rudy.
You can tell the board's interested in, well, I think we've had the most conversation we've had in a while on this topic, but do I need to reach out to my Gilbert peeps, because I am seeing a sharp decline in their enrollment?
No, I wouldn't worry about it. That's a lot. There's a lot of fluctuation there. The trend is upward. Like I said, if you lose a teacher, any of those factors could cause a little dip or trend up or down in the numbers. You see some at LTC, we had a sharp decline, especially during the COVID years. Like if you lose a teacher, you're going to lose some numbers, those types of things. So I wouldn't put too much. One little downward trend, I'll just look at the overall trend.
Thank you so much,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
thanks
Thank
to
you
your
for the
team for
opportunity.
being here tonight to support. All right, Dr. Shane Phillips, you're next up at bat. He is here to give us the program evaluation report for the Center of Advanced Agribusiness Research at Pillion High School.
Madam Chair, Dr. Price, members of the board, we meet again. So tonight it's my pleasure to hit the highlights of the evaluation that we conducted on the Center for Advanced Agribusiness at Pillion High School. This center opened in the 2011-2012 school year with the goal of providing students with intensive study in the field of agribusiness. The focus was on research, entrepreneurial ventures, and leadership, and in the hope that students would develop communication and business skills for the 21st century. So, since this center was created to address the prevalent market need for professionals in the agribusiness field, the center's goals include these that you see up here, which include guiding more students into the agricultural sector in their post-secondary years through offerings in agricultural education, increasing the enrollment in agriculture coursework, including among non-traditional students, and increasing the dual enrollment completion in the field, and offering coursework to address diverse student needs. So, some good news here is that in Pillion, the agriculture field appears to be extremely important among students. The number of Pillion High agricultural cluster completers, and those are students who are completing an approved course of study in that field, is rising and has been rising over time. And so, again, that appears to be an important area of focus for Pillion students. In the center, however, which focuses on a prescribed set of dual enrollment courses, the enrollment in those offerings has steadily declined. And so the current center enrollment is now 8 students, and that's among 11th and 12th grade students. However, as we showed before, the increase in the actual agricultural program is increasing. And so we apply this decline here. We can attribute this decline, at least in part, to some things like transportation and teacher turnover. As Bryce said, when there's teacher changes, enrollment drops. When there's distance issues and kids have to travel to and from schools, that can be problematic to enrollment in those programs. So those are in part reasons for this decline over the past decade. So if we look at the return on investment given in terms of tuition dollars. So the allotment for this center's budget is $12,500, as it is for all the other centers as well. If we look at the current enrollment of 8 students, that offers a potential tuition savings in tuition dollars and credits earned of $58,800, which is a return of about almost $34,000. At its peak in the past decade, enrollment of 17 students, that would have reached almost $125,000. But declining enrollment results in a lower return and less efficiency of the use of our resources there. And so, as part of this evaluations, we landed on these recommendations, and we collaborated with Pillion High School and with the district career and technology education director when we were thinking through these. And so our recommendations include, first, to reframe and restructure the Agribusiness Center to become an extension of the overall agriculture program at Pillion High, and in fact an enhancement of the overall structure of the course offerings at Pillion High. This will strengthen the overall agricultural course offerings while removing some of the personnel requirements of the current dual enrollment courses and guiding enrollment of students to more popular courses in the catalog. Next, we would like to conduct a benchmark study of high-quality agricultural education programs in similar districts nationwide to help guide decisions system-wide regarding the district's agricultural education program. And finally, we would like Pillion High School to continue to focus on the agricultural education enrollment and cluster completion goals that they have set that were applied to the original center. And those are my highlights. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips. Board, questions or comments?
Dr. Price, you may have to jump in, but I just want to put some of this in layman's terms as your resident agribusiness. I hear what you're saying. Like when you look at the course catalog for what's going on in Pillion, it's a horticulture pathway focus, and to be just blunt, some of the courses aren't all that exciting for probably an average high school student, like plants. They would rather take small animal care, right?
Right.
So what we're talking about here is not necessarily completely folding agricultural education, but rather reimagining it so that more students that are in Pillion can come through without having to commit to the dual enrollment nature of the business's current structure. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Bryce really teed it up for me a little bit in his thing here by showing how popular agriculture is at LTC, and that a lot of those classes are approaching capacity or already at capacity. And so not only would that open up opportunities for Pillion High students, which it would, if we expanded that course catalog to include things other than that horticulture focus, but it would allow some relief for LTC. So, for example, White Knoll already has a bus coming to Pillion High for culinary arts. If we expanded that to some offerings that are currently only at LTC or are making or over capacity at LTC, and we offer those at Pillion, kids at White Knoll could jump on that bus and come to Pillion High School, and so we could continue to expand that program with kids from other schools, not just the Pillion High schools, but it would definitely enhance the agricultural education program there, not restrict it.
think that's a super smart approach because also at Pelion Middle, there's been a resurgence in the number of students I understand taking ag there. So you've got that natural feeder. So
Yes.
I think it's a very smart idea.
Anyone else? Thank you for this feedback. You know, this is just Kathy kind of on a little tangent. I feel like so many times, with reason, we get these reports and it's like, this is going great and this is going great. And not that you're saying this is bad, but I love that, you know, we're saying, you know what, we can do better in this and here's how we're going to make it great. So I think just the real feedback is really great. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll piggyback on that. This is a totally different school, but can I just say the ag program at Lakeside is, you know, has done really well. And
All their chickens.
and, huh?
Dr. Price has a chicken at Lakeside named after him. The name is Cash Money.
Cash Money. Oh, that's exciting. I love that. Well, anyways, I think we should look into, you know, pushing that forward for our 8th grade, 7th, 8th grade students to continue that on at their high school, which would be River Bluff, which would mean that we would need to, anyway, for further discussion later. Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Ms. Price, I'm going to turn it over to you for our preliminary 26-27 staffing allocations discussion.
Time to talk about people, right? So I would be remiss if I did not say a big shout out also to C2E Education because both of my children also do the LTC program and they are very empowered as members of the LTC program. As my oldest, who's now junior in college, reminds me all the time to do the paper that I'm going to start back in Canada and then I'll take some structural and other quick level. So thank you, LTC, for all of that. So they do empower our children to do a lot of things. So anyway, we're here tonight to talk a little bit about preliminary full-time equivalent allocations and to begin that discussion. So it is an exciting time for us tonight. Some of the things you'll see tonight are a little familiar, but we do want to just revisit that and have some discussion about it. But it's always good as we begin the budget process, hard to believe it's that time, that we revisit that, kind of reconnect to that as we talk about allocations for this year. So we are going to walk through the HR budgeting process and FTE allocation numbers as we talk about staffing schools, as we brought those 26-27 recommendations to you tonight. We want the best and brightest to come work here, and we want them early. So we're going to talk about what that looks like. You guys have always been amazing. Our board has always been amazing in supporting traditionally smaller class sizes than those required by the state's defined program. And we want to just kind of remind everyone what that defined program looks like. The infamous, we call it the backpack slides that Libby created years ago that she'll never live down, I guess. Just so we can kind of remind people what that standard is and how we do go above and beyond that. Sometimes it doesn't feel that way all the time, but we do try to stick to that and even go above and beyond. So we'll dive into that a little bit tonight as we look at allocations. So here you'll find our elementary ratios compared to the South Carolina defined program requirements. And as you can see, the state allocates the FTE at 28 to 1 for grades K through 5. They do include in that the FTE that serves outside of the traditional classroom, so they kind of lump together music, school librarians, all of that, which really, could result in actually like 30 to 40, as shown in the box there on the slide on the left there. As E's and Oz, you can't imagine that. On the right, you see our Lexington 1 calculation formulas where K through 2, we try to keep our ratio there at 21 to 1 and 3 to 5 with a ratio of 23 to 1. And, of course, the immersion has a little bit different formula there because of the structure of those classrooms at 25 to 1. It's important to note that these numbers do not include those other certified FTE for us. Those are just our core FTE, and related arts there for elementary are assigned outside of a different formula. So this school year, we were able to provide additional teachers at the beginning of the year for several of our schools at the elementary level, and due to high student enrollment numbers at the beginning for 4 of our elementary schools. So as I will discuss in just a moment, we do take those factors into consideration, and we adjust accordingly at the beginning of the year if we do have some schools with some high enrollment numbers after we've done projections and allocated. At the elementary level, the state requires 1 principal for every PK through 5 school over 375 students, and 1 assistant principal for every PK through 5 school over 600 students. We've been very fortunate in Lexington 1 to always have 2 assistant principals serving all of our elementary schools for quite a while. However, we do know that in some of our elementary schools, that's still a challenge given the needs of our students and the size of the school. We are thankful for the addition of that additional AP at Gilbert Elementary School that you've heard Mr. Deo speak of in regards to the data and the support of that, and you'll hear more about that kind of during the budget process. All right, in our middle school ratio comparisons in August, we added 3 additional FTE core to middle schools due to some large enrollment class sizes. Middle schools have less flexibility in scheduling than high schools, which can lead to difficulty meeting some of the needs of our incoming students. While we were thankful for the ability to pull these 3 FTE from the pool and provide support, of course, adding these sections after the school year has started can be a little bit of a challenge sometimes in recruitment and scheduling. But the middle school, the core ratio for students over 600, the ratio is 22.5 to 1 and 21 to 1 for schools under 600. Since the flexibility available within the FTE is more challenging in smaller schools, we keep that number a little bit lower. This leads us to consider the allocation formula that ensures students have access to more robust opportunities, obviously, in those schools, and that have similar experiences to peers with larger populations. So as you can see, compared to those state-defined programs there, that sets us up for success compared to that 30 to 1 or that 35 to 1 suggested ratios for core subject areas as suggested by the state. And again, that would be outside of the exploratory formula for us. We do that separate to that. Right, and in regards to middle school administrative staffing, on the left, you'll see that 1 principal is required for every 6 to 8 school of 250 plus students, and 1 AP is required. The state says that there should be 2 APs if the school goes over 1,000 students. Again, we were always very fortunate in Lexington 1 to have 2 APs in all of our middle schools. However, as you know, we have 4 of our middle schools with 3 APs due to enrollment numbers. And previously, the board was gracious enough to support the AP pilot with our 3rd AP at Pillion Middle. And then last year in the budget, we added the 3rd 195-day AP at White Knoll Middle, Pleasant Hill Middle, and Mediclin Middle, as you see reflected there on the side. And you've heard the KPI data in regards to that, and we'll talk some more about that during the budget process as well.
Chair, can I interrupt you real quick? Can you clarify for me what middle schools don't have the increased AP numbers?
So our APs were, their 4s, our ones with 4 already were Beechwood, Lakeside, Gilbert Middle, and Carolina Springs Middle. And then we had our 195-day trial that was at Pillion. And then the ones that we added were White Knoll Middle, Pleasant Hill Middle, and Mediclin Middle. All right, in examining our high school staffing ratios over the past few years, we've certainly seen an increase in required course offerings. We've talked about that a little bit even with our CTE conversation, personal finance, some of those pieces that have been added throughout that. So additionally, as we talked about even with CTE and just in high school courses in general, students are seeking out those diverse learning opportunities. Our high school ratios range from 14.1 to 18.1, depending on the overall school enrollment, which affords us the opportunity to provide similar experiences at different high schools, regardless of the size. That obviously puts us in a much better place to serve students versus the 35 to 1 ratio that the state would recommend.
Ms. Price, before you move on to administrators for high school, and I can maybe direct this to Dr. Price, and I know we had this conversation last year as well. So when we were looking at elementary, you said the state's numbers were all FTE, but the way we looked at it was core FTE.
Yes.
And then when we got to middle level, the same situation, all FTE versus really core FTE, and all of those. It gets really tricky for us, forward-facing, our people in the community, and even our teachers that talk with us, when they say, but that's not what we're seeing in our classrooms. And I know I've said this every year. I taught 34 students in an Algebra 1 class at Lexington High School when I was a teacher with an 18-to-1 ratio. So I think I asked this last year, Dr. Price, is there a way that we as a board could get a pulse check on the reality of real class numbers in our core subjects? Because while this is great and it's so wonderful, I mean, my personal children are benefiting from the robust extra stuff that we offer, but they've sat in classrooms with 30 plus students, and that's really hard on our teachers. So that just, I think,
I would suggest also looking at that beyond just high school, like just a pulse check on all. Like, those are our goals, but we know it's not always as easy as it
That's right.
could be. But are we that way in kindergarten and so on and so forth?
And those are averages, right? Like you're going to have if it's the average is 21, that means you're going to have classes of 22 and classes of 18 that make it that. So, and you are correct at the high school level. That is because those are sections, and some of those sections are going to be really large, especially in some of those popular classes, and some of those are going to be small.
Right.
So
And just like we're hearing from Dr. Phillips, there's agribusiness with 8 students. And so there's going to be other classes that are a lot bigger. I think what this kind of like little check could do is let us know as a district, what is best practice? Yeah, the state says we can have 35, but do we want to have 35 students in an English free class? Probably not.
That's right. Yes.
And so then do we need to set some guidelines like that?
That's right.
Also, I had the thought that I don't want to take autonomy, away from our principals, obviously, but I know we give them that bucket of FTE and they kind of decide what they want to do, but is there like a check and balance on?
There is.
I'm sure there is, but
We have dashboards that we really monitor very closely. That's what we'll talk about in a little bit for those FTE that we gave at the beginning of the year, for example. So we're monitoring that very closely. If a number is going high at the beginning of the year, that's why we give those FTE back to those schools. Sometimes, it's very hard for a school to decide to employ someone later in that class, sometimes to break up those students, sometimes to find that teacher. There's lots of reasons they may choose not to do that, but sometimes they do choose to add. They're constantly monitoring that for both the high and the low side. I'm looking at Casey. I hate to put him on the spot. I don't know if you want to speak to the high school part of that, but they are constantly monitoring those high and low class size numbers for the enrollment piece of that. Would you like to speak to that?
You don't have to step up, Mr. Calhoun,
Yeah.
but to add to what Ms. Price is saying, is that something that we can prepare and bring back for you? All of that information rather than.
I'm not talking about the specific numbers, but they are constantly looking at those classes to see if they're high or low or what that looks like. And because we're kind of on them all the time about that. Like, we don't have kids. I mean, we're in Power School a lot. Kimberly and I are Power School stalkers. And we also kind of, IT helps us a lot with that as well. We actually have a program that goes in and pulls how many students are in classes, because if you have a class that's too low, we're looking at it going, where's that teacher? Because we want them over here, So we're kind of looking at that a lot to see, like, is everyone being maximized? So we are constantly, and the principals are doing that as well. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that or not, but.
Just to add to that at the high school level, there's so many more classes that are available. And so that's where principals are monitoring enrollment, but they're also gauging student interest in classes that they're being offered. So what's offered this year may not be offered next year because class sizes were extremely low.
That's tricky when you're
Right.
It is.
And so it's really a balancing act. In the middle school, there's still some balancing that's going on, but not as diverse at the high school level. And then at the elementary school, it's much more confined to what's offered. And so if you've got X number of students in second grade, you divide that over how many second grade teachers you need, and off you go. But there's so many different levels for every grade level within every core subject, and then you add the variety of related arts classes or CTE programs, and that's where it's a constant ebb and flow, monitor, check, and adjust. But we can pull some core information for you so that you have in your toolbox to use if you get questions about that, and maybe explain some of the processes that we have in place to make sure that we're monitoring.
That's why sometimes this year it might be a shift from a science teacher to a social studies teacher, or whatever the case may be, because of course request, or those things shift and ebb and flow.
And just to kind of add on to this, I don't know that we necessarily want all the details and nuts and bolts, but to the point I think Ms. Henson is making, the challenge that we face is trying to explain a very complex topic. And when we get the question of there's 30 students, we need to be able to speak to that. So if you could just help us paint that picture a little bit better so that we can speak to those questions.
And understandably so, right? Because we're sitting here saying, hey, the ratio is 14 to 1. It help us explain that. Understandably so. We get that. Okay, for the administrative staff at the high school level, the state-defined program requires that one principal for every 9 through 12 school and one AP for every school over 500 students. In Lexington 1, our high schools are supported based on their enrollment and carry a variety within the building. Just like our middle schools, very similar to that, one assistant principal is required for 1,000 plus students too. And in Lexington 1, our schools with 800 students were receiving 2 assistant principal allocations. 801 to 1,200 had 3, and schools of 1,501 plus had 5. And as we heard, of course, that was not meeting our needs, and so we were able to put in place one additional 195-day assistant principal at each high school, and we continue to hear evidence of how that support is paying off with those KPIs, and again, we'll continue to listen to those supports as we hear the 26-27 kind of budget information for that as well. So I do want to talk with you a little bit about the FTE allocation process. You hear a lot about ADMs and average daily memberships when we discuss the number of students in our schools. However, we want to talk about each child that is enrolled in our school, because every child that's enrolled needs a teacher that's invested in them and supporting them, whether or not the student's present every day or not, right? So average means you're here or not, it's the average. We need you, if you're out for a week, we need you to be supported. If you're out for a week or not, we need you to be supported in that. So we based it on projections, and we based it on whether the student's present every day or not. So, for example, a student, if you're out a week and you're not counting the ADM, we still need you. We still need you to have a teacher for that. So we staff on enrollment, and every child enrolled in our schools is considered as we allocate. So projection is students are coded to attend school the following year. Initial projections are pulled on the 45th day of school, and then we go back in again on the 90th day and pull them again. That traditionally seems to be the day that's most advantageous for our schools as far as, populations kind of coming in and out. And then we base the projections, the allocations on that 90th day. And then the formula is applied to draft the FTE positions for the school. And we also use those formulas for not just certified teaching positions, but custodians, secretarial staff, counselors, and other positions. So we don't just use it for just certified teachers as we go through the process. And then after the 90th day, we don't just say, okay, well, we're done. We've made allocations and we're finished. We are constantly going back in. It's really a year-long process for us from day 91 all the way up to the first day of school. Our HR team is in communication with the schools. We promise you they remind us every day what their enrollment is, to monitor activity and actual enrollment, to make adjustments, to make sure that it's appropriate. If they get a new first grader or 10th grader, they let us know. So it's a good thing. We love being in communication with them. So let's talk numbers just a little bit. These are very preliminary. It's early, but here's where we are right now. This slide shows the preliminary certified school level FTE. This is not on this slide, not including special education for 26-27. Just want to remind you, right now, these are general fund positions, and there are many factors that kind of play into this formula. And I always remind you, kids don't come in neat packages. So our ratios are 21 and 18 and 14, but they don't always come that way, right? So when I go to divide them up into second grade, and I'm dividing them into 21, 21, 21, they don't always come that way. Like they don't come in halves and wholes and 21s. So, as we kind of go to do the math, it's sometimes hard. That's why you see like 66.18 up there and things. But we've also have a lot of unknown factors such as kindergarten. And my other, selling point is they don't give us a list at Lexington Medical Center and say, hey, in 5 years, go look for these kids, right? So we don't know how many kindergartners are coming to us. We make our best guess of how many kindergartners are coming based on all the data that we have around us, the enrollment numbers from the year before, and those kinds of things. So we try to do the best we can with those things. Right now, we use the current first grade numbers and make our best estimate on that. So other grade levels, it's a little bit easier because you know how many first graders are rolling up to second. You know how many second graders are rolling up to third. You know how many how many kids in fifth grade are supposed to go to these particular schools at sixth grade. So other grade levels is a little bit easier. But in the graphic here, you obviously know that at the elementary and middle school level, there's a reduction in FTE. The -2 comes from a combination of a decrease in FTE in a few locations where actual enrollment was lower than projected enrollment for 25-26 compared to 26-27. So in other words, we just projected it a little bit higher than it was, probably because, again, they probably just weren't in those neat little packages, right? The middle school example is a -1 FTE because the overall middle school projections were 36 fewer students. So that makes sense, right? 36 fewer students is about 1 FTE. And then once you add the 0.4 FTE for MLL teachers and our -1.0 school counseling FTE, which goes with that 36 students there, by formula, you can see an overall -3.6 preliminary FTE allocation. It's important to remember if you see a minus in FTE, that doesn't mean a person in this case. Remember, you're going to have people that are retiring and all the things, so that's not going to mean 3.6 people are losing their jobs. If for some reason we had an abundance of people and that was a person for some reason, we would ensure that that person had a place to go and a location to go to. Okay. So remember, again, these allocations are based on enrollment, who is actually in the building and in the schools. And again, I would remind you, since they don't come in neat packages, that sometimes you do need to shift the FTE to where the students are coming from, which can change the allocations at some point. That can mean, moving teachers from one place to another. That can mean, a number of different things. It can mean the place. It can mean the needs of the students. It can mean extra first grader that comes in. And, in elementary school, 1 or 2 kids coming in the door can add an extra FTE, right? That's how volatile those classes can be. So it's also important to remember that these numbers are our best intentions to present the general funding source at this time. So, for example, at the top, you see 34 principals and program directors. If you are kind of doing your math, we really have 35 because one of our program directors is actually paid through state funding, not through general funding. And just reminding you, this is just general funding. So if you're at home going, well, why does that say 34 and not 35? Was that a math error? No, this is reflecting general funding. So that's why it's just hard to keep up with the numbers all the time, right? So as we are optimizing position control and we're kind of going through the budgeting approval process, this continues to evolve, and we continue to try to tighten and make this as tight as possible. But we always want to make sure we are putting student needs and school needs first. But we will continue to adjust this as we need to, as enrollment continues to change and evolve throughout the year. It's important to note that in the budget request to come this year, as in all years, we will be requesting a budget pool again, because that is what allows us to do that, and we are very grateful that you guys always allow us to have that in the process. We hope that will be the case again this year in the budget process. It is what allows us to give that to those schools as we begin the budgeting process. However, our goal is to certainly focus on staffing numbers as accurately as possible while meeting those needs at summer and back to school time. That pool does allow us to do that, of course, with regular education students and with special needs students, as those IEPs, those things are happening over the summer, throughout the year, all the times when we don't know those are coming. So just wanted to kind of mention that as we go too. Any questions on that before I go through the next slide? That was a lot on that one slide.
Just to be clear, we are not firing anyone. We're not
That's correct.
deleting any positions.
Absolutely not. Yep. All right. So, as explained earlier, we examine all positions by formula when at all possible, and when reviewing our support staff FTE, this would include pretty much all the ones you can think of: our graduation coaches, our health room assistants, our LPNs, our secretaries, our Title I liaisons, 4K, 5K instructional assistants, library assistants, classroom facilitators, ISS monitors, class custodians, housekeepers, parking lot attendants. We've really streamlined all that. We make sure we use formulas for all of those positions. So on this slide, you will see our analysis of need for 26-27. The changes are noted here, just the positions that would have changes. You have the overall allocation would be a -1 FTE. That's due to the support of one new 5K instructional assistant to go with one of those new kindergarten classes that we would have for next year. That's offset by a loss of a -1.0 instructional assistant for a high need. That would be at the beginning of the year, one of those classes, one of those schools that maybe didn't want to hire a classroom teacher at the beginning of the year, but we supported them with an instructional assistant. So this person wouldn't be losing their job. We would just find them another instructional assistant position somewhere in the district. And so that total, the 504 1-to-1 shadow also would be a -1, so the total there would be a -1 FTE. And then at the bottom there, we also are just showing you the licensed school support positions are available for you to see with no changes noted for the upcoming year. I'd answer any questions on that one.
I do have a question.
Yes.
The 504 1-to-1 shadow, when you show 2 FTs, do you use that same ratio of like 36 to a teacher, or is that different?
That is different. Do you want to speak to that, Mary?
So this would be a student who has a 1-to-1 shadow working directly with that student written into the 504 plan, and that student will not be with us next year, so we no longer need that shadow.
So technically, there's basically 2 students. Is that what I'm hearing?
There are 2 of them, and one of the students no longer
One of
needs
the
the
students
shadow.
no longer. Okay,
Correct.
gotcha. Thank you.
It could be that they're going to be, I shouldn't have said no longer going to be with us. It would be up to the 504 team. So I'm not sure if that was a 504 team decision or if the student's no longer with us.
Okay, we are moving right along. So this slide is the initial 26-27 allocations for the special education division, and this one is a little bit different, and I'm going to explain that one because it does include different funding sources. The total on this slide is correct. It is 22.6, but the actual special education teacher number is not 10.6. It actually should be 11.6. I didn't want to change that on your slides because we'd already submitted those. So that is one change to note. But oftentimes special education positions are unique. Funding sources from many of the special education positions can come from several different sources, and they are not whole. You know, they're not a whole general fund position. So different than you can see on other slides, this one does reflect all FTE changes at this point and all funding sources. this will not be everything, but this is our beginning point here. It only reflects changes at this time. So like OT, PT, those kinds of things are not here because those we expect to be the same at this time for next year. Dr. Adams and her team have worked very hard, very diligently to ensure that state and federal guidelines are met in regards to special education staffing. But you will note at this time, the projected need for compliance issues is 22.6 FTE. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a whole 22.6 FTE to the general fund, but a portion of that would be 22.6. Parts of that would be IDEA, Medicaid, ATIS funds. It's just, it would be very, it's part of those funds where it's like very meticulously broken down into those positions depending on what they do. So glad to answer any questions on that. It's the special education teachers, special education IAs, the communication facilitator, and ASL interpreter.
A high-level question for you.
Yes.
Just to make sure I'm understanding this high level. So are you essentially saying overall we have about 3,400 positions that we budgeted for through these various funding sources, and then based on actual enrollment needs, where we ended up needing about 18 more positions compared to what we had originally kind of estimated or budgeted for? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Overall.
Yes.
Correct.
And largely that extra need has come from special education.
Correct. These are just formula-based positions. Correct. Compliance-based or formula-based.
Or do you have other questions at this time for Ms. Price?
Great. So just a reminder that these allocations don't include other funding sources. So schools can choose like Title I funds, other areas that they may also have some other positions that they may bring forward to you. And then, of course, there'll be other things that are presented in the budget process that we'll go through as well. I've given you a lot of information today. I probably went through it too slow, but it's very important information that we need to talk about. We want the best and the brightest to come work with us early on, so we do think it's important that we get that information out there, and we are, sharing it as transparently as you guys talked about as possible, and that we try to make this information known to you guys as early as possible so that we can begin that hiring process with those numbers in mind. So we appreciate all of the support that you guys give us through that. We know that we are very fortunate to work in a district that has a board that supports us with those types of numbers. So we thank you for that, and glad to answer any questions that you have about any of the numbers here tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Price. All right, board. I think we're good, but you might want to keep your microphone pulled up because I think you might have the next two items. We have first reading for policy GBGD and first reading for the deletion of policy. They're both workers' compensation.
Got it. Okay. Yes.
Want a sip of water or something?
I got it. We got it. Okay. Yes. So we are presenting policy GBGD, which is workers' compensation. It was last revised. I gotta switch gears. That's a big switch of gears.
I know.
Okay. All right. It was last revised in 2011, so we are bringing it forward tonight. It is aligned. All right. It is of course aligned with the model policy, and most of the language there is just a lot of cleanup language, of course, to align to what we do. Did add one paragraph there that you'll notice in red that just kind of goes through some updated language. It takes out some of the things about the South Carolina Board Insurance Trust, which we no longer do. But these things that are in the paragraph here are things that we are doing in practice. We want to always make sure that our employees are supported through any type of workers' compensation, ADA, FMLA, any applicable laws and guidelines that are out there. That's our number one goal, is to make sure that they feel supported through their leave And that's what we're going to always make sure that we do first. These are the practices that we are doing and have been doing. We just want to make sure we are transparent and we are putting that in writing, that they know what we're doing. So we want to just kind of clearly outline that and spell that out. I think for next reading, Ms. Flashnick caught a really good thing about we're trying to make everything say staff member now, and she caught one that still says employee, so we're going to change that for second reading. But we're just presenting that for first reading, and glad to answer any questions.
I have a few questions. Is the bus driver exclusion being intentionally removed?
The policy EGAA is being deleted, and that's where the bus driver is. I think it's only in policy EGAA.
And it's being deleted?
Correct, yes.
But it's not in the new policy?
No. They're just covered under policy GBGD. All employees are covered the same under policy GBGD.
Okay, so it's just, I guess, bus driver was specifically said in that policy,
Yeah,
where
we're
and
not
now
sure.
it's not specifically said.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if that was intentionally being removed or if we should maybe add that back in, or I don't know.
Yeah, we're not sure why they were made exceptions in that policy, and so there's lots of
Okay.
things wrong with that policy EGAA, which is why we wanted to delete that.
Will employees still be able to supplement workers' comp payments up to 100% of salary using accrued leave? Who now oversees loss control and injury prevention?
What do you exactly mean by loss control?
In EGAA, superintendent designates the loss control program administrator, focus on reducing injuries, and then GBGD removes this language entirely. So I just wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
I think
if
there were just a lot of things in EGAA that were just not accurate. We never had a loss control program administrator.
Okay. Interesting.
We have a workers' comp person in the office that assists with workers' comp, but
Okay. I think that was it. Thank you.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, board members. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Price about GBGD, or really EGAA, because that's the one we're deleting?
Right, yes.
You kind of touched on that. We didn't really have a loss control consultant. And
Yes, yeah, it was last updated in 1985, and it is a lot just not accurate any longer.
thank you for this information for first reading.
Absolutely.
And board will get back to it. Second reading. All right, Dr. Price, I'm going to turn it over to you for your superintendent's update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and ladies and gentlemen of the board. Tonight, I have two updates to bring to you for our monthly superintendent's report. The first item on your attention on the report goes back to some pulse check results. You may recall at last month's board meeting, you got about 19 or 20 pages worth of KPI updates. But there was one piece that we were unable to include because they weren't ready, and so this just closes the loop on your January update, so I'll share that information with you. And then our next steps in the board committee conversation that we've been having. So I'll give a review of where we were, what you requested of me at the last meeting, and where we are at this point to broach that for conversation. So first off, with the assistant principals, there were a number of different KPIs that were included in last month's report. But in this report, one of the things that we were watching is the pulse check surveys, the climate check, making sure, trying to get a finger on the pulse of how things feel at different schools. And with regards to assistant principals, there was a hope that the addition of these folks would increase or improve in the pulse of the climate and the feel of the different schools. And so one specific item, there are 10 different questions that are included on the pulse check surveys, and one specifically asks about administration and their instructional leadership. And so the hope was by adding these additional assistant principals that would increase that one way to measure that would be to see if those questions resulted in an increase in satisfaction. And so you look at the results here, and I believe that's 9 different schools that benefited from an additional assistant principal, and 7 of the 9 have seen improved results with regards to perception on instructional leadership, and 2 that are still working in that direction. The next 2 categories have to do with the overall positive teacher response rate and the overall positive student response rate. And so as I mentioned, there are 10 different questions, and one of the ways that we wanted to measure the impact is with the addition of these assistant principals, would the overall responses improve? And so this is taking all 10 of those questions and looking how many of them scored a 3 out of 5 or better. And so what you see here is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the 9 schools, 1 remained the same, the other 5 improved just the overall feel of teachers in a variety of different categories. But the overall rate on the last one was an overall gain, and the overall gain in this one is still on the positive. So first year, rolling out additional assistant principals, and we hope to see those things increase and improve. This was just our first semester, really. We hadn't even completed a whole year yet. And so schools are taking this information, diving into the data, and trying to see what areas they may want to be able to focus on to either sustain the positive results that they've gotten so far or improve on the results they've gotten so far. And here you see the overall impact of student responses across all 10 questions. And there was a gain in all 9 schools that received an additional assistant principal. So overall, moving in the right direction, but definitely still have some areas that we want to focus on for improvement. Next, an update on the committee references and policy. You may recall as we dove into the policy manual, there were 19 different references to committees in our policy. And in the last update, I gave you all links and a little overview of each of those 19 different policies. And after we went through those, the board's next request was, could we go through and identify the ones that require board action or involvement versus the ones that don't? And so I've gone through each of these 19, and here are the list of ones that require a report to the board or actual board involvement. Now I'll point out there, you see 2 that are highlighted in yellow and the rest are not. I'm going to start talking about the ones that are not highlighted. All of these committee references are not standing committees. They are pulled together by the board and appointed at a designated time for a very specific purpose. For example, one of those is the appointment of superintendent. You don't have a standing appointment of superintendent committee. When you're looking for a superintendent, you appoint a superintendent appointment committee. Or naming facilities. You don't have a standing naming facilities committee, but when we have a new facility that we're looking to open, the board will form a naming facilities committee to research and recommend names back to the board. Now, the 2 that are highlighted that do require board involvement or a report to the board, I'm going to start first with the second one, the ones lower. We've talked about that a lot. The CHIA committee, you may recognize that. And as some people like to say, CHIA, I know y'all were saying, you were thinking that. But the Comprehensive Health Advisory Committee, those members are appointed and voted on by the board. And when they are reviewing curriculum, any changes to that has to come before this body and voted on and approved by this board before it takes action. So that is a standing, acting, purposeful committee that's required in policy and in law. In addition to that is the one at the very top, the District Wellness Committee. That's the other committee out of all of those references in the board policy manual that is a functioning committee. Mr. McCormick, who's in the audience now, is a part of that committee. I believe he's actually leading that committee. And we have a variety of different representatives from different levels across our district. But in our policy, there is a reference that a board member should serve on that committee. We currently do not have a board member that serves on that committee. So there's a gap that the board may want to consider filling to make sure that we close the loop on that little piece there. So that was one thing that I found in the research and the descriptions of these different board involvement pieces with these committees. Now, everything else on this slide does not, they do not report to the board, and they do not require board involvement. And so in some of the discussion that the board was having is whether or not we should be more clear in what a committee is versus what an advisory group is. And so all of these other references to committees in the board, in the policy manual, have no responsibility to the board. They act independently as charged by the superintendent or a designated person. There was one other item in the policy manual, and it had to do in the policy referencing municipal securities. And in that policy, there is a reference to the policy committee of the board. We do not have a policy committee of the board. In fact, the board has a statement in policy that they do not have standing committees. And so this is one piece that just needs to be cleaned up so that it matches our current practice. So there was one that we identified there that definitely needs to be cleaned up. So that's the latest update on our dive into the different committees, how board policy treats those things, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have or entertain next steps where we go from here.
I have a couple questions. The first section, when we talk about instructional materials, selection, and adoption, first section states it is reported to the superintendent and then to the board for approval. So I was just confused as to why it's in the section that doesn't require board involvement.
A good question. So that advisory group reviews curriculum materials, and we have a process that we use to get input from our internal stakeholders to review the different options that we have whenever it's time to look at new adoptions. And they make a recommendation to our office, and then our office is the one that makes the recommendation to the board. And in that presentation, we typically share with the board who all has been involved in this process. But there's not a direct report from that committee to the board. They advise and give recommendations on what shouldn't be considered, and that's taken into consideration and presented to this board by my office.
On the
Ms.
student,
McCown, can I ask a question on that same one, though, clarify on that? So does the committee, the way that the committee is formed, is that codified in policy, or is it a rotating committee?
It is not codified in policy, but Dr. Gaskins heads up that process for us and her team. So Dr. Gaskins, do you want to share about how the members of that advisory group are pulled together to consider the different options for instructional materials?
Be happy to. So it really depends on the number of textbooks, if you will, that are up for adoption in a given year in terms of the approach we take. So this year we have like some CTE textbooks where very few teachers actually teach those courses. So it just makes sense to pull all the teachers that teach that course to serve as the advisory group. Last year we did a K-12 math adoption, so we couldn't pull every teacher who taught math to do that adoption, and so every school sent at least one representative, and that's how we approached that one. So it really does depend on the adoption in terms of the way we pull an advisory group. And even for the high school courses, I said one school, that would be, or one teacher per school, that would be like elementary and middle. For high school, we had to approach it a little differently because of all the courses in high school.
With that, I'll turn it over to the board
so
about what our next steps are, and we'll be happy to help assist in
I
that
still
process.
have a couple questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're
Okay.
fine. For student fundraising activities, I know that does not really require board involvement, but could the board ever request for an audit to be done on that?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, if the board has a desire to do so, then absolutely.
Okay, and then two more, sorry. The district wellness committee, think, gosh, whenever I was looking at that, where's that? At the top? Board members serve on the committee, no report to the board, but posted on district website. So I pulled up the ADF. Is that the policy? And yeah, I guess I just noticed in there that it talks about milk. And I knew that on earlier this year, President Trump signed into law the whole milk. Did you know about that? Anyway,
Not specifically.
it's the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2025. This law amends Section 9A 2A. Anyway, just thought I would throw that out there because we might need to amend that or look into that.
Yeah, it's familiar now because before we were using skim or 2% milk, and he's signed something to allow whole milk to be an option.
But yeah, I definitely would like for us to look at who on the board could join that committee, like sooner than later. And then the last thing I had a note here about was the CHIA. Has the board been appointing members, or how does that work? The board has been appointing members. I just don't remember.
Yeah,
we appoint
people. Like, is that who? When you were, do you appointed someone?
So the chair gets appoints. I don't remember how all that works, Dr. Gaskins.
You all added an administrative rule for that to clean up that process completely. So that's IHAM-R, and you vote on a new committee every 2 years. So we'll be coming back to you with that slate this fall.
Okay, that's why I didn't remember, because I'm like, didn't sound familiar at all. Okay.
All right, so from here, it sounds like we have some committees that report to the board or require board involvement. We need to have some board reps on one of them. And we do vote on the other one. So as far as actions for this particular section, really we need to take care of the board rep part of it. But then the other committees that do not report to the board, it sounds like the policies need to be revised, possibly to change language from committee to advisory group. Is that correct? So should we focus on the policies that are listed under the committees that do not report to the board first? Board members, I'm asking y'all.
I would suggest that, but also maybe there are 5 B policies. One of them is specifically related to advisory and committees. And so I think that the way my brain works, from like a strategic looking down perspective, before we were to update these other non-board report policies, I would suggest we update the B policy that is related to set the framework of how we want those to be defined and operating, and then come back to those.
Okay, so it sounds like next step, let's look at those B policies. Now, like Ms. Shealy took the lead on working on our policy for the legislative advocate. You worked on that and kind of brought it back. Should we as a board have someone that takes a first stab at it? Is there anything, Ms. Halliday, I'm kind of throwing you on the spot, that the School Boards Association has given or update on those policies, the 5 policies, the B policies?
I don't believe so. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Halliday, but I believe that this is our board's intent to try to clarify committee, which is used synonymously in a lot of different ways in a lot of different
Advisory
districts,
group.
and try to distinguish between a committee and an advisory group. And I don't believe that the School Boards Association interprets it that way, but I believe it's our board's intent to try to have a very distinct difference between the two. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Halliday.
Yeah, the B policy on committees, when we did the review a few years back, We do have some language. There was not a lot of updates to those. So you could work from those as a starting point.
Okay. So step one, B policies. Step two, changing up the language with advisory groups. But we also need, how urgent is it that we get a board rep on the district wellness committee?
That's up to the board to determine. We can certainly bring it back for introduction or action at the next board
It
meeting.
sounds like that's really the policy that we're not compliant.
What does the policy say about that process? I hadn't read through it. Do we know off the top of our head?
It doesn't, to my recollection, it just says that a board member is included as one of the members on the committee.
So I would just say let's go ahead and add it to the agenda. I mean, it's a simple nomination and action items. I would just say go ahead and add it to the next.
For March.
And by policy too, I think Ms. Henson as the chair, if it's not in policy, I think you can point.
You can add that too.
Just out of curiosity, how often does this district wellness committee meet?
They have to meet at least once annually. That has been happening in the spring and last year, and then I believe they're getting ready to have a meeting shortly. March 3rd is what, next week? That's next week.
March 3rd. So that is this year's.
So that committee's meeting next week. Okay. Okay, so if we're going to delay it until March, we obviously will have the district wellness committee potentially meet without a board rep. And
But if it's the board's desire to postpone that meeting until a board member representative can be selected, then we could do that.
We do have a meeting Friday.
I don't know what that means.
For those that didn't hear, he said we're having a meeting March 3rd, and their plan is to have another meeting prior to the end of the school year.
And we do have a meeting Friday. We could just, for 30 seconds, appoint someone, add that to the agenda. I mean, it's
Yes, ma'am. We could do that.
30 seconds.
Have one action item. We could.
That way we can have attendance at night.
Understood.
So also correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Price, if we are going to do that on Friday, we almost need the public notice that tomorrow, correct?
That is correct.
Well, with what Ms. Flashnick said, I'm trying to make this easy for everybody. If it's not in policy and the chairwoman can just appoint someone, do you not just appoint someone and let's move on? Because there's no vote, it's an appointment if it's not in policy, correct?
It
We're
doesn't,
not trying
but
to tell you what to do.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not on the agenda tonight, and like, I'd like a moment to think. Let's do that Friday. Y'all good with that? Okay. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Pizzuti, but
I'm circling back to one other thing. So
yes, sir.
this is not so much the committees, but back to the pulse survey. You showed a lot of percentages, and I'm just curious. What was your level of? I think you said there's 10 questions, but what was your level of participation? Was it 100% participation, 75%? Do you know?
I do not. Dr. Phillips kind of oversees the administration of the surveys and collects that. I don't know participation rate. I don't know if you do, Dr. Phillips, off the top of your head.
I can get you exact.
We can certainly
we
get
can
that
hear you.
for you.
I can get you exact numbers, but it was very high.
Okay. I was
Nearly
just-
all teachers, and I mean, most of the students, because they had students sit down and do it in class.
I got you.
That's very telling.
Okay.
I was very surprised at some of the numbers. I know it's just the first semester, but I was kind of disheartened. Am I the only one? Like White Knoll, there was just, some obvious some low numbers, so I was just confused.
And again, it wasn't a direct question about the assistant principal. They were, and I can share what those questions are. And the hope and the intent that one of the measures of effectiveness for the new assistant principals that they would see a positive impact on those results. But they weren't questions directly targeted at the assistant principal position. It was a lot of general questions, and the thought is one measure would be that we would see those things go up by the presence of additional administrative support. So, but I can get those questions.
Whatever Gilbert High is doing, they're happy.
That's
12.8.
That's Gilbert America. I mean, I will just say I was actually encouraged by it, especially now that you tell me that you had a high level of participation, because sometimes I have seen that, you know, the students that are very, very positive will say, hey, I'll fill out a survey, but the ones that are not just don't do it. But if you have a pretty high level, to me, that's pretty telling that you're, I mean, I think when I was a student, I don't even really remember how many assistant principals were there, much less what impact. So, I mean, to me, that's pretty telling to me. So I was encouraged by seeing those statistics.
All right. Dr. Price, are you good? Okay, I think next up is Ms. Miller with our finance report.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening. This evening we have the finance update as of January 31st, 2026. You can see from this slide our revenue is approximately $193 million as of the end of January. We are finally starting to see our local tax revenue coming in. You can see approximately $60 million has been collected as local revenue, $116 million of state, and then also $16 million in transfers, which is also state revenue, just required to be recorded in another fund. That brings up our percentage of our local sources up to about 31%, and that amount will continue to increase through the remainder of the year and should be at approximately 37% of our revenue for the year. Of our total revenue will be local revenue. Next, moving on to expenditures, there's approximately $210 million of expenses. As we know, the majority of that is in our salaries and benefits, approximately $182 million, which is approximately, I have my notes here because I can't see that far on the slide. It should be, 86.7%. So that's right around where we're going to see it towards the end of the year, 88%. So we are right on track with that. I actually just looked at our projections for the year, and with a $353 million budget, we are projecting to come within $28,000 of that amount. So very spot on with that calculation, extremely close with that calculation. So again, those are projections and the amount could change, but we have been looking at that each payroll period. So kudos to our budgeting crew that has worked so hard to get our FTEs aligned and doing a great job with that. Next, we've got our fund balance. As I mentioned, we are seeing that we're collecting our local revenue now, so you're seeing that amount start to trend up again. That'll continue to rise up, and then it'll drop off again as we get to the end of the year. We are still projecting to use about $11 million of the fund balance, so that's why that will dip down towards the end of the year. And then moving on to the next slide, you can see our unassigned fund balance. We are We will see that continue to go up, and then again, as the overall fund balance, that will go down the last month of the year as we close out for the year and record all our adjustments. And then lastly, we have our procurement report. You can see we had a total of 660 transactions, and of those, 28 of those were deemed unauthorized and have been properly ratified. If you have any questions.
Ms. Miller, I actually do, tonight we started talking about FTEs for next year and things like that. And I know our legislature is doing some stuff on tax cuts for personal property for people. Well, that's great for them, but that affects us, right? Like, do we have some idea on how that's going to affect us?
Yes, ma'am. We've been tracking that closely. The one, as far as the homestead exemption, we do get reimbursement from the state that offsets that. We don't know yet if they'll increase that reimbursement, so that one's an unknown at this time. But as far as the boat tax decrease,
which we live on a lake here.
That's right. That does have an impact, and you'll notice the wording in that even says that this will result in the local school districts needing to increase their local millage to offset the impact of this decrease. While it is great for the boat owners to pay less taxes on their boat, it will have, after the 3 years of implementation, that's about $1.5 million decrease of revenue per year. Once it's fully phased in, it'll phase in at about $500,000 for the next 3 years. A value of a mill last
Phased
year.
in at $500,000. So next year, a $500,000 cut for us. The next year, $1 million cut for us. The next year, $1.5 million cut for us.
That's exactly right. A value of a mill was approximately $421,000 last year. I do not have the information to calculate that for this year yet, but that shows you it's a little over 1 mill that we would need to increase local millage to offset that decrease of that revenue stream unless we wanted to make adjustments somewhere else in the budget.
Okay.
I have a question. It's not about this presentation, but it is about a report that is in our packet. So during the December workshop, we had discussed as a board getting a status update on the 9 incomplete projects that are part of the bond referendum capital projects report. It doesn't look like the number has changed at all since we met, but I was just curious when the board would receive that update on the status of those 9 projects.
We can work on getting that to you. I can work with our operation team and get information on that. My understanding is we were holding and not moving forward with that until the results of the facility study, but Dr. Price looks like he's ready to.
Yes, ma'am. I think that was the general thought, is get the facility study results presented, and in that would be an opportunity to address the incomplete projects. And some of those will require discussion amongst the board about which direction we want to take with those. So I believe we were going to do that in conjunction with the results of the facility study, get that presented first, and then tackle some of the unfinished projects at the same time. March for the facility study results, and that's going to be kind of a lengthy presentation. So we could target, if you'd like, if the board would like, April to come back for those 9 specific projects at that time. If that satisfies the board.
All right. Board, do you have any other questions for Ms. Miller regarding the financial report? All right, we're going to move on to some action items for tonight. Do I hear a motion to approve the 2026-2027 Board of Trustees meeting calendar?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the 2026-2027 board meeting calendar.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? Ms. Flashnick, are you good?
Sorry, I was still writing. I was the kid not paying attention.
No. I'm so sorry.
I was still writing my notes from the previous
I know,
item.
and I feel like I called you on the spot. You had sent an email about this, but you're
I
good.
think my only question was that if meetings do need to be added, there's a policy in place for that. It's not just for hiring needs. have other ways we can. I think that's covered in policy. So.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So, thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot. Ms. Shealy had made a motion. Mr. Rice has a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the 2026-2027 board goals?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the 2026-2027 board goals.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. There have been, well, I say there have been no change. There haven't been any changes from our last board meeting for the board goals, except this doesn't change the language of the board goals, but we did have a recommendation to have it for the strategic policy alignment, to have it begin from July 1st, 2022, so that by the June 2027 goal we have, that will be on a 5-year cycle. And that also kind of helps us get closer to the 80%. So we're keeping the goal there of by June 2027, but calculating that 80% beginning July 1st. Does that make sense? All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy ABD?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy ADB, drug and alcohol-free workplace and schools.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Have there been any updates to the policies? Not just this one, but any of the other ones in our packet?
There, Ms. Price.
We do need to make, I think, one update to policy ADB. If we
Okay.
could just, in that, I guess it's paragraph 7. It's the second paragraph from the bottom. It's the big paragraph. The second paragraph from the bottom. We, in policy GBEC, we removed the part that said that the drug abuse assistance program or rehabilitation program needed to be approved by the board. And the reason we did that is when we are getting an employee assistance through a drug rehabilitation program, it's usually in an emergency situation. It's very rare that we're doing that. And those are usually local community partnerships, right? Like LORADAC or our EAP program or things like that. We felt like that would probably not be something that we would want to bring to the board for approval and wait for that process. We need that to happen immediately. So we had already struck that in policy GBEC, and somehow we missed that in policy ADB. So we needed to go ahead and remove that from policy ADB as well to make it consistent with policy GBEC.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my motion to approve policy ADB with the removal of the phrase approved by board as just proposed and discussed.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Okay. Next we have, do I hear a motion to approve policy GBEC?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy GBEC, drug and alcohol-free workplace and schools, and to delete exhibit GBEC-E notice to staff members.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion on these? No changes.
This also, actually, we're also deleting, Ms. Fleischman made a really great suggestion last time, so we're actually deleting GBECE and GBECER. We're combining all of that into GBEC so that it is just clear, so we can't even get them all out. It's just really clear to employees. It's all in one policy, and it's just all listed together. So we'll be deleting those two, combining it all into one, updating the language. There were some regulations that were mislabeled 1308 instead of 1300. Anyway, all of that is cleaned up in second reading. It is good and ready to go. We did remove the duplicative sentence that was in there, updated the language, all clean and ready.
Gotcha. So I have that policy in our next item. So do you want to
I
redo your?
can amend my motion to approve policy GBEC, drug and alcohol-free workplace and schools, but then also to delete exhibit GBEC-E, notice to staff members, and to delete administrative rule GBEC-R, drug and alcohol-free workplace.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Right. Do I hear a motion regarding policy ADC?
Madam Chair, I'm going to roll some together. I'd like to move to approve policy ADC, tobacco and nicotine-free school district. Also approve policy GBED, tobacco-free workplace. To approve policy JICG, tobacco use by students. And policy IKADD, IKADD-R, content and credit recovery.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second regarding those 5 policies?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Any discussion? Any questions? Ms. Price and Dr. Gaskins, any changes to these policies since last time? Okay, I'm seeing heads nodding no. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Look at us. All right, moving on to information items. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chris Rice to give us a quick update on our bond referendum projects transactions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I see you left me 20 minutes to go over all of this. So no, I'm just kidding. Should only take a fraction of that. Just wanted to give you all an update as far as our bond audit. Just a quick reminder again, remember the bond audit that we have only encompasses 4 projects. The new transportation facility, South Lake Elementary School, Lakeside Middle School, and the existing building for Pillion Middle School. So, Old Pillion Middle School. So with those 4 projects, just to kind of give you an update, what RSM has been able to do so far, they're proceeding as planned. They have not really identified any roadblocks or, any issues. What they have done, I just wanted to give you all a little bit more focus into their process. They've had a interview process where they've come down and interviewed several people over the course of several days, talked with key stakeholders, and what their goal about that was to try and get an understanding of the project's history, the planning, the budgeting, contractual relationships, et cetera, and then once they got that, the next phase was to look at a lot of documents, a lot of documentation. What they've tried to do is pretty much review documents related to the establishment of the original budget and any subsequent updates. They actually have reviewed a lot of our board meeting minutes because obviously a lot of the board members that we have now were not on the board at that time, so they've gone back and reviewed our meeting minutes. It's my understanding they've even gone back and watched some of the videos when they wanted to unpack some other things about when those projects were discussed, all the way from inception all the way to present. They've reviewed a lot of our internal documents and timelines related to the projects. And yes, after having done all of that, they've reviewed the contract documents related to those projects. That includes the agreements with the construction managers, the architectural firms, the engineering firms. They've looked at invoices, change orders. It's pretty comprehensive what their work has encompassed. And they just commented on how their interactions with district leadership and staff has been really, really good. Everybody's been willing to share lots of details, documents, and recollections that they have. So with all of that being said, they feel pretty good about what they've been able to investigate and look at. So they're feeling like they're close to being able to wrap up a draft of, their report and their recommendations. I think next steps will be they want to finish kind of putting that together and then want to look and see if there's gaps that they feel like they're missing. And based on those, there may be some other requests that they have to maybe do some follow-up interviews or get some other follow-up information. But they feel like they'll pretty much wrap up towards the end of March. don't know if they would wrap up in time for our March board meeting, but since they feel like they'll probably wrap up around that time, I would think maybe in April, that might be a time to come before the board and kind of get their findings. But just wanted to kind of sum everything up for you in terms of where we are within that audit. You could answer any other questions about that.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Board members, do you have any questions for him at this time? Or? All right, well, we're looking forward to getting the results. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next item for the Lexington County Town School District Collaborative Group. One thing that I'm just so proud about this board is that each of us have unique relationships with town council, county council, House members, Senate members, and we work hard to communicate and collaborate with them. I'll even shout out Ms. Flashnick put together a little meeting back last fall with some members too. We've had an opportunity presented to us from a town council member to create this collaborative group, and collaboration, as we know, is great. The way it's shaking out to be is a more regular meeting with an agenda, and so when we start looking at our policies and laws that we have to follow as far as noticing meetings, making them available to the public or live streamed, we just need to, as a board, kind of discuss moving forward. Do we want to have our legislative liaison go to it? Do we want to pick who goes to it? Is it rotating? Is it this month so-and-so goes and the next month someone else goes, just so that we all kind of have a voice, and also that it doesn't add something too much to one person's plate, adding so many meetings per year. So with that, what are your thoughts on this? Everyone jump at one time.
Just a question. Have we gotten a sense of what the particular agenda focus of that group is going to be?
I haven't. No. I mean, respectfully, I'm more than happy to go, and honestly, I haven't gotten anyone has not reached out to me about it. I know Mackenzie and Beth and Nick met once or so. I don't know, but if you feel that, as a district we need to cover ourselves, by all means, do what we need to do. I don't think we need to make it a mountain out of a hill. So whatever you think,
Mr. Pizzuti.
Yeah.
Looks like you're.
Yeah, my take on this is we've had numerous discussions between board members, and just earlier when the representative was in here about us never being at the table. So I think this collaboration could be something good. For so long, it's always been each division against their own, whether it's county council versus the town council, or the school board and county council. So I do think it's a good chance for everyone to sit down. I mean, I don't know what logistics should look like. I mean, I'll go with the will of the board on that. But whether we decide to do something or not, I know I'm going to continue to advocate for what I think is best, whether it's reaching out to representatives or somebody on county council, or community members. But just know I do think it's a good chance to maybe get a seat at the table just to see what they're thinking. But again, what the board feels needs to be done logistically, I'll follow. But I'm still going to be talking to people no matter what, because I think that's the job as a board member, elected official, to advocate on the district's behalf.
Absolutely. I think everyone up here would agree with that. And I don't think that we're saying not to. I think this collaboration is great. I think what I'm asking tonight is, what does that logistically look like?
Respectfully, I think we might be overthinking it a little bit. That's just my kind of initial gut reaction. If we whatever we need to do to legally cover ourselves for for notices and stuff like that, so be it. But as far as going and meeting with other officials, I think that initially there were 3 of us that were doing that. We can either stick with that or, if you want to roll in or go by yourself. And we could all, if it's being live streamed, we could all go. There's no action being taken. Maybe we leave it up to board members to say, like, once we know when the meeting is and the agenda, anybody that wants to come, everybody's welcome. I think that we're just making it a little bit more structured than it probably needs to be. I think we should just start the conversation.
We still have the obligation to notify. Can't decide at the last minute. But I think it needs more.
Mercedes. Hi. So you kind of heard conversation up here. Do you have any legal advice to give us?
So it is my understanding. Sorry. So yes, so it's my understanding, I don't know about the content of what the 3 groups intend to discuss at these meetings, but it's my understanding that whomever hosts the meeting will provide the live streaming and the note-taking, but all 3 entities, they will each post the meetings.
Okay.
So that's all the information I have, but that's all I have. I don't know anything about the content.
All right. So at this,
Would they be required to have an agenda?
Yes, sir. That would be
Yes.
posted. Yes, sir.
yes. So Ms.
Content. I mean, to me, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's how do these 3 entities work together for the betterment of the community, because they all have, there are decisions made at the county council level, there are decisions made at the municipality and town levels, and there are decisions made at the district level that ultimately, at the end of the day, it affects our community.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, that's the content.
So as of this moment in time, Ms. Flashnick, Ms. Shealy, and Mr. Bazzuti are the ones that are currently receiving the emails and the communication regarding this. Moving forward, can that information be shared with the rest of the board? And since it's noticed, then whomever can come and want to participate. That
I'm assuming that we would know about the meeting before 3 days, so.
they said that whoever's, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, we can, take a poll when we find out about the first meeting and then just see who all is available to go. If it's more than 3 people, then we'll notice it on our end.
So, and I don't know when this meeting will actually start. I don't know if it will vary from the previous meetings that have already taken place. That's just the information I received about the start of this. I don't know if it's going to be the same. I don't know if it will be the same people. We were just talking structurally about posting, making sure everyone complies with FOIA. And so, not to speak for Dr. Price, but I think the intent of the item on the agenda was just to kind of make sure the board thought about if they wanted everyone or just 1 or 3 or whomever. So, but structurally, to comply with FOIA, everyone will post, the host will live stream, and
take notes.
Take notes, that's right.
Perfect. Okay, so we've got minutes taken care of, we've got live stream taken care of, each entity will notice. So, and we all agree collaboration's good.
Yeah,
definitely. I mean,
totally.
like,
We wanna
none of
be
us,
as transparent
none
as
of us are
possible.
like, yeah, let's not have a seat at the table. So really, it's more so about who is going to go. And I think we're just going to kind of say as a board, whoever
Come.
That's right. All right, good stuff. All right, moving on to the last information item. This past weekend, several of us headed to the South Carolina School Boards Association's 2026 annual convention. Does anyone have any takeaways they'd like to share? Mr. Pizzuti?
Yeah, I guess we'll start down the line. So I mentioned a little bit earlier, but I would say, and if you know me, I always have a little bit of reservation going to these conferences. After this conference, I'll consider it more of a revival than it was a school board conference. And the reason being is the keynote speakers brought a lot of hard points home. I would say it was all, how do I put this? I'm trying to put this in the best way. I'm going to say it was all based, and every single one of them based it on God's love. And it was not just love for one person or the other, but every child was made in the image of God. So how can you not put your best effort to a child knowing that it was in the image of God? The first speaker, she's talked about her story of her son. That was her middle child that was just, I don't know the best way, ADHD, on the spectrum, all these problems, never felt like being involved. He got involved in a sport. He got involved in water polo, made the team, didn't play a lot, but he was always there. The team loved him. The upperclassmen said he was going to be, the defensive player of the year moving on forward. Long story short, through this team, the kid actually felt like he belonged in school for once, and it improved all his grades. So at the end of all this, when he graduates this year, he went from being someone that didn't feel like they belonged, sitting on the bench, to being the number one water polo goalie in the nation, and is going to college on a scholarship. Our next speaker was David Beasley, former governor here. If you hear the stories he tells of his relief for these children he's done overseas and everywhere else, it'll touch your heart. But the one thing I took from him is I think something that's been lost. We heard this, in a community conversation at White Knoll, how people don't know how to debate anymore. He goes, we've got to learn pretty much that we're going to be on different sides, but we got to learn being that center middle together to put forth what we need to make sure the children come first. And put kind of fighting aside and, just learn to work together again. And then I would say the last one I heard, her story is probably one of the most heart-wrenching stories you could hear. And I'm probably taking everyone's thunder, so I apologize. But she came from a home of drug dealers. Her mom committed suicide in the middle of integration. Never felt like she belonged, but it took her first day of kindergarten for a teacher to take notice to her and love her and be with her. And if till this day, where she's now an author, very good litigator, on the board of directors at Auburn, did all these things, and still her first grader kindergarten teacher is still there with her after all these years, and I think even like babysits her as the godmother of their kid. So it just shows that all these people had that one person, that one coach, that one teacher that saw something in a child make them a better person. And I think that's something that needs to be rehashed. I talk about revival. We need to put that back, where we need to make sure that just be that one person, be that one teacher, one coach, one counselor that can just take that child on and make them feel like they belong, make them feel like they're getting the best education they can. So, yeah, I'd say I always have reservations. I came back from this, very revived. It made you think a lot. It tore your heart up. I mean, hearing these stories, I think next year, I think Tracy said she's going to make sure everyone has tissues in their bags and everything else. But I really do think, that's what I came away from this conference was a revival and the love we need to show for our children.
Well, you did definitely steal some thunder, but thank you. That was very comprehensive. Beasley was amazing. He brought the entire room, the whole place together. Everyone was on their feet. Just things that he's doing with World Hunger is absolutely incredible. The keynote on Saturday, Elizabeth Huntley? Attorney, speaker, author, and advocate. She wrote a book called More Than a Bird. I highly recommend it. I think it's like this thick, like very small, but it's, wow, her testimony is just life-changing. And I'm begging Dr. Price to please book her for our employees for back to school. If there's any way to make that happen, we should do it. She brought up several quotes, but one of them was, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. John Maxwell said that, and it really, like Nick said, brought it back to it's not about test scores. It's about loving these kids, educating them, and building character. And it further reminded me that we've got to get back to the basics, because she kept saying in her testimony that, you know, her situation, like education saved her life. Coming to school and being loved and being educated saved her life. Her situation at home did not change. Her sexual abuse by her family members did not change. Her teachers did not change her home situation. That is not our job. It is not our teachers' job to change their situation. And for so long, we have put all this stuff on our teachers' shoulders. You know, you have to be this, and you have to be this, and you have to be this. And I want them to know that that's not your job. You know, she went through her whole experience with this home life not changing, but I'm telling you, you've got to listen to her. She just will change your mind. So it was such a blessing. This is the best conference we've ever had. I wish so much that we could have had it on record so you could, you know, hear it, but really hoping we can somehow get her here.
I was going to grab a couple things from Liz Huntley also. I won't rehash what you all said, but one of the things that I thought was neat is her story was very powerful, but there were a few things that she said that reminded me of how we've almost allowed society to start treating our teachers almost like a piñata. We grab a bat and we try and see how we can beat teachers. They're doing this, they're indoctrinating this, they're not doing that. But what was interesting is, you know, she basically said, you know, that the teacher's job and our job as board members and educators, they don't really bring these kids across our path for us to fix them. They bring them across our path for us in education to serve as a space to help them work through whatever life has thrown at them. And so I thought that was pretty powerful because it's kind of like what Ms. McCown was saying. She was living in a pretty desperate type situation. And while she lived in that situation, her joy was going to school because she escaped from that, treated her with dignity and respect and love. And, you know, so she flourished as a student and everything despite what she was going home to every day. And so just a couple other quotable things that she said that I wrote down was, she said, every child that walks into your school has a story going on behind their eyes. And so she said, you have no idea what the children in your schools are going through whenever they come to your building. But the number one thing that stuck with me was she said, don't judge a child solely based on the door that they walked out of this morning to come to your school. And that thing just, the imagery associated with that, I saw the trailer parks and the rundown neighborhoods and the apartments and then the plush homes and the people on the lake. And I just saw all of that. But I realized no matter what door they walked out of, don't judge them based on that, because they may be walking out of the most plush home, but they may be the most hurt child. They may be walking out of, you know, one of the most disadvantaged situations, but then they may be your star student. And I just thought about the magic that teachers bring to students and how you all just, I mean, no matter what profession a person is in, they're in that profession because a teacher shaped their life. So it just recharged me, just like they said.
Goodness gracious, everybody's been so inspirational. And it really was inspirational, and they were all great. I just have a tiny little nugget, because when you go to conferences, you want to bring something back, and how can we make our district better and stuff like that. And perfect timing with us having our communications audit tonight. One of the sessions that we went to, Orangeburg led it, and I was like, oh, this is a great little nugget, because sometimes we'll go and we're like, oh, we already do that. Oh, we already do that here in Lexington 1. We've been doing this forever. But in our communications audit tonight, the guy said there was like, how do we reach those community members who don't have kids in schools and stuff like that? Ms. Ruth, I have this booklet to share with you and your team. It is this beautiful magazine That's a year in review that Orange Book puts together every single year. They deliver it to all doctors' offices, all banks. They put them all in the lobbies and stuff like that because people will sit down and just read it. And it is like a brag book about your district, what's going on, your achievement, all the kind of stuff. So it was a little takeaway that I brought back to share with y'all. Next.
Yes, lots of thunder has been stolen, but I will say it truly was almost like a revival. There was a lot of focus on character and truly the students being our why. But the nugget I'll bring tonight is maybe for the leaders, which is truly every one of us, especially all of our teachers, a couple of nuggets for the leaders. And there was one speaker who mentioned that the challenge of leadership is to be strong, not rude, to be kind, not weak, to be bold, but not bully, to be thoughtful, but not lazy, to be humble, not timid, to be proud, but not arrogant, and to humor without folly. And the last little takeaway, to just remind us all, it's not about the load that breaks you down, it's how you carry it. So some good little inspirational thoughts for the leaders in the room.
This conference falls every year on a high and holy holiday in the Anderson household. It was my birthday, and I did not attend, but I had a good time.
I won't spend any more time. I will just echo everything that everybody said. I will also share that we learned a lot about career technical education, what's happening across our state. And so we have a lot of momentum in our step, if you will, over CTE from that conference.
Thanks, everyone. We would like to recognize some special celebrations happening throughout the district this month. This month is Career and Technical Month, as you heard earlier from Mr. Myers about the exceptional programs offered at LTC. It is also Black History Month, Love the Bus Month, and it's also National School Counseling Week, National FFA Week, and Public Schools Week, and School Resource Officer Appreciation. Many of our students have also taken advantage of groundhog job shadowing opportunities this month. We will hold the last of our 5 community conversations next month for the Lexington attendance area. It's scheduled for March 19th at the Lexington Technology Center, and we look forward to seeing you there. The board will also hold our workshop here this Friday, February 27th at 8:30 a.m. to begin review of the long-awaited facility study. With that, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
You left out my birthday and all those, but if you have gifts, now is the time to bring them forward. With that, I move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.